Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another live stream. Tonight, we're going to talk about port scanners. We've been doing a lot of Minecraft streams, and tonight, I'm going to paste my agenda here. Steven Shrewsbury Dev says hello. Hey man. How's it going? Glad you could join tonight. At least come by and say hello. We're not going to be doing any Minecraft stuff tonight though. We're going to be talking about port scanning. And so my goal is to create just a handful of tools to do port scanning. And I've already got quite a bit of reference code to do this, but there's a couple things in particular I wanted to do. The most important one was I want to implement my own TCP SYN scan. By default, everything goes to a full TCP connect scan. So to do a SYN scan, I think the only way to do that is using libpcap. And I'm pretty sure that's how Nmap does it under the hood. But I'm going to try and do that myself, and if I can, like, write a tool that can detect SYN-only scans. So it'll like detect a SYN, and then if it detects a SYN directly followed by a reset or a finish or whatever, then it'll call that a SYN only. So maybe we can detect the stealth scans or something. So we'll see how it goes. But this is the agenda. So I'm going to start off by creating a new repository. New repository called... I'm going to put this one under Dev Dungeon. So this is going to be port scan collection. Port scan examples in a variety of languages. And let's go ahead and use their git ignore templates. So we'll do a Python. Do I have... Can I only do one at a time? Well, that's no good. I'll go with none. And we should have a license, why not? We'll do MIT license. MIT license is a pretty good one. Okay, so instead of what I normally do, which is creating the Git repository locally and just creating the GitHub one later, now we've got this one. It's got our license and everything already, so I need to get the link. So here we go, we'll just copy that. And which one should we do first? We've got... I want to do one in Java, Python, go ahead. So in Java, I've already got an example of how to do that. So let's see here. How far back do I have to go? There it is. There's one called port scanner in Java. So I already have built one. So can I check it off? I think in that case what I'm going to do here, since I already have the Java one, I'm going to do this. I'm going to link to this repository, but I'm going to create a very, very simple... Because this one has, like, it's got logging and it's got command line flags and all that, what I'm going to do is just create a single one file, one class example that kind of stands all on its own. So you don't have to worry about building this, you don't have to worry about building all this and all that. So I'm going to create like a super simple Java version. So I'll go ahead and do that now. And because I want it to be real simple, and I don't want to make someone have to use a big IDE or a build tool, I'm going to just use Visual Studio Code. So actually first what I need to do is clone that repository that I just made called the port scan collection. Okay, and now I want to open up that folder. Or open folder. Open folder, Control K, Control O. Okay, is that... It's not Control K plus O, it's Control K then Control O? Is that how that works? Control K was pressed, waiting for a second key of chord. Okay. It is Control K then Control O. I'll have to remember that one. And the folder is Port Scan Collection. Okay. What? I thought I just said open that folder. Open folder. Okay. There it is. Now, let's start with the README. Port Scan Collection. Actually, I don't want Markdown. I want restructured text. I like restructured text better than Markdown. And you can use it pretty much like Markdown. Oh, Mythic says, well, I was able to join. Hey, glad you came back. We're not going to be doing anything too exciting. Just port scanning. Well, Mythic, if you're only here for a minute, do you have any particular interest in seeing the Java, Python, Go, or C++ version of the port scanner? Maybe I can start with that one. So, should we do C or C++? Let's see. Oh, I could do a Rust. I could do maybe a Rust one. We'll see how far it gets, huh? Steven Shrewsbury Dev says, I looked at one of my repos on GitHub for a Discord bot of mine. The code is hilariously messy. Yeah, it's interesting to look back at your own code over time. You start to develop an eye for it. So, let's see. I just want to make a link to this one. Right now, I'll just link to that one. Okay. So we got the... I do want to make one so we can at least talk about it. So let's do... Oops. New folder. Java. And inside we'll just make one called scan port. We'll just call it port scan. Portscan.java. And this is going to be... You don't have to put it in a package, technically. So let's skip that part. And we'll start with class portscan. The class name needs to match the file in Java. So we got portscan, and we want to have a main, so we're going to say public static void main with a string array of args, and we're just going to scanning. Maybe we could do a printf. They've got a printf in Java, right? Scanning host now. ... And then the host name. We'll just say host. May not be a name, might be an IP. And we can say the host is going to be the first args. So it'd be args 1 or args 0. In Java, args 0 is not the application run, right? Or is it? We'll see. I'm gonna have to do the real quick test there. And so we'll do like this. We want to say print host. Okay, let's host equals args 0. Well, let's see if that errors out. System out print line. Args. We'll just run that one real quick. So we'll have to do, we'll go into the Java folder and we'll do Java C on our port scan. Oh, I forgot a semicolon, it looks like. The Java extension pack is recommended. Okay, VS Code. I will accept your recommendation and install the Java extension pack. Oh, I guess it... Okay, hold on a second now. Do you want to exclude the VS Code Java project settings file from the Explorer? I'm gonna say no. Let me see it. Okay, thanks for installing the thing. I didn't need all those pop-ups. Now, okay, at least I got some syntax highlighting and stuff. Oh, right, I gotta say string host. Thank you, Java utilities. So now I should just be able to say Java port scan. Oh, okay, so maybe it is saying there's no arg0, right? So we'll say scan. Okay, so if in Java do you do args.length? Yeah, if args.length is 0, then we'll say print usage. And for print usage, I guess we can make a private... We'll need a static function since... Well, right now we're in a static main, so we'll just do static print usage. Static void print usage. And then we'll just print out no arguments. Well, no, hold on. We'll do the no arguments received here. No arguments received, and then print out the usage. And the usage is going to be, well, since this is, we'll kind of hard code this here. So we'll assume that the file is going to be called port scan. Since the class is still port scan, we'll just say Java port scan, and then the host name, right? And so we can say Java port scan host, and we can probably use a host name too, so we can do like that. And what we'll do here is say usage, and then these are going to be examples, and let's give them a couple spaces. Okay, so now we've got some usage, so let's do this. Java C port scan.java semicolon Java port scan. And then let's alias that to run. That way I can just type run and it'll do all that good stuff. Oh, so it prints the usage now, but it keeps running. We need it to exit. So we want to do system.exit with a 1. Just give it a general error code. 1, 0 is good. Anything non-zero means not good. And you can check that by doing $? in the shell. You see it exited 1. So like let's change it to -1, and you can say run and then echo. Oh, interesting. It's an unsigned integer, so -1 comes out as 255. So I'd stick with positive numbers then, just for consistency. So we'll just go with some weird error code. Sure, that looks good. Mythic says, I don't like the way Python code looks. I'm curious what language you do like the way code looks. Personally, I do like Python a lot. Not that I don't like other languages. I like a lot of languages. Okay, so now we've got the exit, right? No, we don't want to exit in print usage. We want to exit here. And we'll just put 1. Exit if no arguments received, exit 1. Then we can assume there is a host arg1. Mythic says, imagine writing your own language interpreter. I've thought about it. I've thought about it a lot, actually. That's partially why I like trying out new languages, is getting ideas. Do you like Go code, Mythic? I think Go code looks good. Go has consistent code. Go has a very standard format, and Python has a pretty standard formatting too. That's why I like it. Go enforces it too. Okay, I'm kind of getting lost. Where are we? We got our host, and we want to scan it. So we want to pseudocode now. Open a TCP connection for each port. We'll just go with all ports, right? In this example, we'll just do port 1265535. Yeah. We'll just do a single host. And if people want to do multiple hosts, you can just script it in a bash script. Mythic says yes. You might be saying yes. You like Go code? There's kind of a delay on the stream, so you know if you respond, I'm not always positive which you're responding to. Python does some stuff correctly. Mythic, what's your go-to language? The one that if you just had any kind of task you felt most comfortable that you like. Do you like using the braces? Yeah. I don't hate the braces. I just like... I don't know, I guess I like not typing them. I do like not doing that. And I like the indentation forcing. So, open a TCP connection for each port. I'm gonna borrow my example here, so... I have a function here called checkport. What do? You create a new socket and then you connect it. So let's say, should we reuse the same socket? Or create a new one each time? I guess it's going to create a thread for each one. Do I really want 65,000 threads going off? Or do I want a thread pool? So we'll just start by... We'll kind of do the same thing. We'll write a function called checkport. And we'll give it the port. And so we'll say for int... Wait, how do we do this in Java? We got a... integer I, is that right, or is it just int? I don't do Java all the time. Okay, int I, we'll say for I forget how to do this in Java now. What's the for loop look like? Integer, okay, yeah, integer port in each. So it's like for integer I in each of, and then yeah, how do you make a list of, how do you do like a range in Java? Well, I guess I could just do this, right? For integer I equals 0, I is less than 65535, and I plus plus, and then we can say, sure, checkport I. I don't like to just use letters, so we'll call it port number. For integer port number, oh wait, we don't want 0, we want 1. I think 1 is the lowest port number you can have, right? We'll say, now what does it not like about this? Oh, I need some braces. Not a parenthesis. And I need to create this check port. And so I'll do private static and string. No, we'll return an int, private static int check port, and we want a port number. What is it not like? Oh, it needs to return. So I'm gonna say return. I'll say bool. No, we'll say oh hey dude, that's effed up. What are you doing? Just tuned in. I'm writing support scanner examples, kind of going through how to do it in a handful of languages. And so I'm doing the Java one right now, and I've written a whole port scanner tool here, like one that actually takes command line flags and stuff. But for this example here, what I'm going to do is just create a single standalone file, just so it's really easy to compile and run without having to, you know, so it's a little easier to extend if you don't want to use this, which is kind of like a tool that's already built. And I'm gonna go through Java, and then I'm gonna go through probably Python and Go, and we'll see how long it takes. And one thing I do want to do is write a TCP SYN scanner. Normally, like if you just do a socket connect to do a TCP connect scan, it does the full connect. But if you want to do a SYN only scan, you have to have a little more lower level control. And I think the only way to do that is with libpcap. And I think that's how Nmap does it. So I'm going to try and do that before the night's over, because I've got lots of examples of just regular connect scans. But I want to have some code to do SYN only scans, and also to be able to do like manipulate the other flags. So you could do like the Christmas scan and the null scan just by flipping the flags on and off. What is with the delay? So there's different settings in YouTube for how much latency you want, and if you set it to normal latency, I think it adds maybe 10 to 30 seconds, but it does better with buffering. You can stream higher resolution, and people don't have as many buffering problems as the low latency. So we've got check port, and we wanted to return something. And so what is it complaining about here? It refers to the missing type. Oh, do I need Boolean? Is that what it's called? Sorry, Java. And I guess I gotta return false. I'm just gonna check for connect or not, right? This one's gonna be pretty dumb. So check port. Well, now what is it? Cannot convert. Oh yeah, so I want a Boolean too. It's not used. Okay, so then we'll just say system.out.println, and we'll say if open, then we'll print line open and the port number, right? I guess, can we do a printf? And I guess we'll do the port number and then say open, new line, close brace, else system.out.println closed, or we'll just say could not connect. I guess that's more accurate. And maybe we will prefix the connected ones a little bit so they stand out more. Just because this is going to be really dumb. We don't want to spend too much time refining it. We just want to have some example. So let's try and run it. Okay, so let's try and we'll port scan the Dev Dungeon server, or the Minecraft server. Oh, I guess obviously we're not doing the TCP scanning yet, but we got the host name and we got the loop going and the check port, but check port just returns false right now. So the format specifier is is wrong. What's the format specifier for bool? Oh, I didn't pass anything is what it's complaining about. Let's change that to a string. Not boolean, open. The name's open, which it is a boolean. Okay. Now, do we have something that works? Okay. Cool. And we need the port number. That's what we needed. You can always mess with the formatting. I'll have a Bob Ross night where I code like Bob Ross, and we'll talk about happy little booleans and lonely braces. The lonely braces that need friends. You never just do a single brace. Brace always needs a friend. So let's run it again. Cool. We know the Minecraft port should be open. So let's just ignore if it doesn't connect. And if it doesn't connect, we'll just say don't do anything. Okay. That's good. Now we need to actually implement this connect, this check port. So what we'll want to do is open a socket, connect to host port, and we need the host name, right? So the host gets passed into check port. Host and port number. So let's add another parameter, host, and it should be able to accept an IP or or a host name. Yeah, code like Bob Ross. I'll have to watch a few Bob Ross episodes and like take notes on all of his little mannerisms and idioms so that I can incorporate as many as I can. And maybe I can find like a face rig avatar for Bob Ross. Let's see. The closest one on there right now is probably Santa Claus and this guy. Hi. I'm 18th century Bob Ross. I could do a coding with Santa. Yeah, it's too bad there's no Bob Ross on here. Whoa, why am I way over here? Alright. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Yeah, Bob Ross. Bob Ross videos are funny. They're awesome. For sure. It just makes you go, wow, he makes it look so easy. You need the fan brush. You need the fan brush to make the tree. Okay, so we need to open a socket, connect to the host and port, and what? Just see if it connects, right? So I'll use my reference here. So what do? You need a new socket, connect inet socket address. Yeah. So we got to do some imports. I wonder if Visual Studio Code will help me import. Oh, it does. Let's see. Click on the light bulb and import. Okay, so we actually want the host and port number. And we'll just set the timeout to, well, let's see, is it in? Nice. If you hold control, it gives you the information here. So let's see. I want to see timeout. Timeout, is that seconds or milliseconds? Oh, I lost it. No, I clicked it. No, I'm too far. Come back. Okay. Connects timeout. This timeout value to be used in milliseconds. Okay, so I don't want to put 10. How many milliseconds do we want to give it? 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? We don't want it to be too long. We'll give it 3 seconds to connect. But if we do that, we're definitely... Wait, what? What are you complaining about? Unreachable code? Why is... Oh, because there's a return statement. That's okay. Well, if we're going to give it 3 seconds, then I definitely need to thread it. And I guess in this case, it's just getting thrown into a lambda, is what I'm doing. You create a new thread, and then this is the new lambda notation for creating functions on the fly, unnamed, anonymous functions. You can just do like that. So we'll make one. Dude that's effed up says, if you're port scanning, could this be a method to reading packet data? No. Well, not in this example. This is just going to do a TCP connect, and technically you could read the data you get back, like you could read the banner that it returns and see what it says, maybe determine what service it is. So you could read the data back if that's what you mean, but it's not packet capturing stuff. But to do the SYN scans, it will require using the libpcap, which is the same one you do for the packet capturing. So at the same time I make the SYN only scan sender, I could pretty easily make the SYN scan detector with the same library. And I'm going to try and do that as well. So we've got connect, unhandled exception. Okay, will it wrap it for me? Yeah, let's surround it with a wrap. Okay. And if it has an exception, that's okay. We don't really want it to do anything. We don't want to do anything. Do nothing. Return false. And we'll return false. Or we'll just set, we'll say connected equals false. And up here we'll say Boolean connected. I like in Ruby how you can have a question mark. And you can have like connected question mark. Mythic says you are slowly building up to more advanced stuff. Well, kind of. It depends. Yeah, I might do that one next. I might just jump into that one next. But I kind of want to do a Python version too that's like real simple but does something a little more fancy, like outputs to an Excel sheet. So it's not that I'm necessarily trying to do it in any certain order. I just wanted to knock this little one file, Java 1, out. And then we want to return connected. And we'll start by saying connected equals false. And if it gets there, I guess it will be connected, right? So then we can do that, and then I think we just need to wrap it in our little lambda statement. Like this. And then we need to throw it into a thread. So we say new thread. And then I guess we pass this whole function as the first parameter into the constructor of the thread, yeah. And then, so we save the thread as a variable before we call save, or start, rather. And then we say thread.start and kick it off. But the constructor is undefined. Hold on, what did I do? What is it complaining about here? The constructor thread is undefined. Oh. Let's see. What if I just make a function? Will that help it any better? Oh. Let's see. Do I need to say, because it's... How do you have it return a value in the lambda? Can you return a value from the lambda? Here, since I'm a little confused, I'm just gonna make it a separate function instead of a lambda, and I'm gonna call it public static test connect, and we'll drop the lambda brackets, and we want it to return a boolean. Yeah, the tracking's not perfect, so let me see, and I can recalibrate too. Sometimes it glitches out. It's not perfect. So, test connect. It's never closed. Client socket dot close. All right, thanks Java tools. Appreciate the assist. And then, yeah, so the threading, okay. Java thread example. I'm doing it right here and it's still not working, and I'm not really sure why. Is it the language level? Is it because maybe I don't have the Visual Studio Code tools set to 1.8? This method must return a type of boolean. Return false. Let's see, let's get another synthwave. Let's try out that playlist. Oh yeah, and you know, sometimes I put my hand in front of my mouth, and that probably is what really glitches up the whole thing. That's when my mouth goes all wacky, when I cover up my mouth and it doesn't know what to do. So I'll try and avoid doing that. So what's with the thread? What I want to do is call my function here, right? So I would say I want to call that. The method in type port scan is not applicable for the arguments. Actually, I probably have some examples in my own cookbook here. Oh, what? Cancel. Fine, I'll use Sublime Text for that one. Open cookbook, open Java, look for threads. Threads. I don't have threads? Thread example. Threads examples, there we go. This is why I build these cookbooks, is so I can use them as references later on. Let's make the font a little bigger. So this is, you can do them a few different ways. Oh, it's because it needs a runnable, and my Lambda didn't define a run class? No, because it's a runnable, it assumes the first method, if you provide it one, it assumes it is the runnable. So that, I don't think that was it. Let's just try passing that. The constructor thread boolean is undefined. A thread is a thread. Okay. When code is running in some thread, creates a new thread object. The new thread has its priority initial set. No, I don't care about the priority. When a Java blah blah blah. Okay. Okay, here's the actual Java doc popping up in it. There are two ways to create a new thread of execution. One is to declare a class to be a subclass of thread. The other is to make a runnable. Yeah, there's a runnable, and then there's the subclassing of thread. Yeah, Mythic, I know. You're probably bored. Well, thanks for hanging out, Mythic. Have a good night. Wait, come back. So the following code would then create a thread and start it running. Prime run p equals new prime run new thread from the object. So maybe it's because I'm trying to use it from a static context in mine, and it's not a static context here. So let's see. Can I do it? I should be able to do it from a static context. Maybe that's why I need to do, maybe I need to be explicit and say like port scan dot test connect. No. So let's go back to my thread example and see how I was doing it here. Start thread with runnable. Mythic says, tomorrow I need to turn in a bunch of schoolwork and begin on the next 2 projects, so it's hard to stay up to see your streams now. Yeah, I'm going to try and do them a little bit earlier, but focus on that school and getting those projects done. That definitely takes priority. There will be plenty more of these streams. Okay, so do I have to create an instance? I guess I really am going to have to, aren't I? Now, before I convert it from a non-static to a static, or static to a non-static, maybe I can check. How do you do with the lambda? Here, let me Java lambda thread example. And so, yeah, so that's how they're doing it. What am I doing different? Is it the language level? Is that it? Like, is that the only reason it's complaining? I think that really might be it. So let me try and take this code back and put it, I'm just going to put it back in here as a lambda like that, and format. What's the command? Oops, sticky keys. What's the command to format code? Format document. Control Shift L. Control Shift I. Okay. Control Shift I. Yeah, the constructor thread is undefined. So how come they, again, that maybe that's just the language level. So let's actually try running it. No suitable constructor found. Constructor thread run is not applicable. Argument mismatch. Bad return type in lambda expression. Expected return value. Return connected. Okay, I'm gonna Google that error message, because lambdas in Java are not one of my strong suits, so, you know, redoing these things almost as exercises are good for keeping your language chops fresh. You don't want to forget everything you learned in the language, so you got to kind of keep it fresh. If you want to be a polyglot, that is. If a lambda expression appears in a target type with wildcards, as in most cases, the question arises, what's the type of the lambda expression? And that's kind of what we're running into. Of course, there could be many choices due to the wildcards. Exempli gratis. We could explicitly choose... Okay, however, implicitly B should be inferred as Boolean. Hold on, let me look up lambda return value Java. I think that's... I may be forgetting where to put the return value in a lambda. Oh, so yeah, they're doing a thread example here. So, wait, where's their thread example? New single thread executor. Do I need to join the thread? Is that what I'm forgetting to do? No. I guess I can just... I don't really need to return the value, I can just print it out. Right? So... let's do this, let's put all that up here. Instead of returning anything... I guess, I don't know why I'm having trouble figuring out how to return something in the lambda. We'll just do... yeah, okay, so here we'll say... could not connect. And the port, well, we don't really want to be too verbose, right? So if it doesn't connect, we will not do anything. But if it does connect, we will say connected. And let's do the port number first. And we'll have to say printf, and we'll do a plus since it was positive. And the port number will print out. So let's run that and see if that runs, and we don't need that variable connected anymore. And we actually don't even need to return anything from this function either. So let's try like that and see. It's not complaining about anything anymore. Missing return statement. Where's that? 17? Oh, I don't even need that function now, so let's wipe it out. So now let's... oh. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I don't want that print trace. That's the problem we're having, so I'm gonna run it again. And this should actually be port scanning now. Okay, hold on. I have a printf problem, so let me... what line is that? Port scan Java 23. Oh, I don't need two Ds. I only need one. Okay, let's run it. Oh, I need a new line too. Okay, run it. I think this is going to be good. So down here, I'm going to put a new line too, so it starts off better. So we should at least find, yeah, SSH and 25565, which is the Minecraft. That's the Minecraft port. Cool. Well, that's good. All it found was the SSH and the Minecraft server, which is good. Kind of reaffirms we don't have the MySQL database listening or anything like that. So there we go. We got a one file Java port scanner example. And in fact, we can probably simplify this even further. But no, I like the level of abstraction here. I think it's good. We got our print usage, and our main that just checks some arguments, says it's starting, and then it does a for loop and checks all the ports. So let me quickly add a little note about how to run it up here. So we'll say run with javac port scan.java java port scan, and then the host name, right? So why not devdungeon.com? So let's try devdungeon.com. Let's see. I don't know if I've actually scanned it in a long time. So we've got 22, 80, 443. So we've got SSH, HTTP, and HTTPS. Hopefully it won't find any more. So it didn't set a thread limit, and it's trying to do 65,535 ports with a timeout of 3 seconds each. So if you kick them all off at the same time, it should take 3 seconds to finish. It took about 20 or 30, so it was... Actually, let's do it again with the resource monitor open. I'm curious to see how it uses all the cores. So, htop? No, there's a better resource monitor. Activity monitor? That's what it's called in GNOME. Yeah, so let's run it again and watch. Let's watch this activity monitor. So the CPUs are up here on the top. This virtual machine has 8 CPUs. And down at the bottom, we've got the network traffic going. So look, it's about 180 kilobytes a second. Kilobits a second. The big B. It's a big B, so it's bytes, right? Kilobytes. Oh, it looks like it's done. It just dropped down. So look at all that. It used all 8 CPUs, between 20 and 40%. Not bad. So I actually, maybe we can. I'm gonna record that info. So that was what 180 KB a second. It said kilobyte a second. Average bandwidth. So this was for full threading on 65535 ports, and all 8 CPUs, 20 to 40% usage. So this will be interesting to compare that to how the C ones or the Python ones do, and versus the Go one. So the Python one is going to be one CPU spiking, pretty much, and the Go and C ones will probably be pretty comparable to the Java one. Okay. Oh, and how long did it take? I guess let's do it one more time, and we'll do time, just to see how long it takes. Oh, wait. What I need to do is... how do I get... I'll do this. Time Java port scan devdungeon.com. So we'll let that run for a few seconds. And while that's running, we can say we're done here. We're done with the Java one. And here we'll say that's in Java port scan.java, and the link to the other tool that we have in Java. And then we'll need the Python one, C, Go. So where should we go next? Python, Go, C. I bet we can knock out the Go one pretty quick. We'll do the Go one next. How's that sound? Okay, so I want to get ignore file, and I want to add all of the class files. I want to add VS Code, and I think that's it. Okay, can close out that, and since we have that in a nice working, let me go back a directory. Since we have that in a nice working spot, I'm gonna go ahead and git commit stable Java scanner example. Push it up, and then we can go on to the next one. So Go, should we do the Go one? There we go. So with Go, we should be able to also make just a single standalone file without having to create a whole project around it. So we'll call it, we'll just say portscan.go, and it's going to be a package main, func main, and what we're going to want to do is take a host from arg1 and 4 ports 1 through 65535, go port scan port, check port, connect test. What should we call it? Test TCP connect. How about that? And I think that's it. So Go has, oh, the Go extension is recommended for this file type. I will install Visual Studio Code. I accept. Okay, sorry, I was taking a drink of water. So from here, we want to start implementing. We're going to need to import some packages. We're going to need funct, and we're going to need net something. net/TCP, maybe? I forget. We'll see. So first we want to check the args. We'll say if no args provided, print usage. Otherwise, the host equals the arg1. So I forget, in Go, I think it's os.args. Like that. So let's try funct.println os.args1. Shrewsbury says, I'm putting the MC server through a stress test if you don't mind. Well, what do you mean by that exactly? If it's going to be something potentially destructive, I might want to back it up. And I prefer you do it if you were the only one on there. Not if there's a whole bunch of people on. But it depends what it is. I mean, it's not the super beefiest server. I don't mean for it to be like DDoS proof or anything. It's just a little DigitalOcean node. Be gentle on it. So I also need to import OS. And actually it's going to tell me, and there's no commas in these, okay. And it'll complain if I have net and I'm not using it. Oh, I need to set my Go root. Oh, do I even have Go installed? Oh no, I don't. That's probably why. We'll do a sudo apt install golang. Is it golang? Is that the apt package? Yeah, it looks like it is. And what version? 110? Is that what they gave me? 110. I think they're at 111 now. Okay, so it should be better now. I'll probably have to start a new terminal. How do I exit this one? Trash. There we go. So let's say echo go route. No? Echo go path? Where go? Okay, I think it should be okay. So let me go into the go directory and say go run portscan.go. Index out of range. Let me get one arg. We'll say hostname.com. Okay, cool. So like Java, arg0 is arg0 is the first arg if there's anything. So we'll say if the length of os.args is 0, print usage, and up here we'll create a func called print usage, and we'll say well, first we'll say no arguments provided, print the usage, and then we want to os exit, sys.exit. Is it sys.exit? Sys.ex Golang os exit. Yeah, it's called os exit. So there's no sys, it's just os.exit. Okay. And in the print usage we'll say funct print line usage. And then we'll do an example. So we'll say usage. Oops. We'll just use the go run syntax. We'll say go run portscan.go and then the host. Example go run portscan.go www.devdungeon.com. And you can do, well, let's just use like the Google DNS. So you can use IP or hostname. Okay. So now we got our args being handled. Oh. Why is it getting that far? It should be OS exiting. Uh-oh, VS Code's broken. Typical Electron app. Okay, let's go back. Go run port scan. Index out of range, panic. Why? You should be exiting. Oh, it's not, well, because that would be length of 2, so I guess it's arg1, right? Yeah, and actually what we do want is arg1, which is the second one. So that's fine now. Then we'll say host port number, and we'll say for port number is range 1655336. Just to be clear, I'll do that. Okay. This song's a little intense. Gonna go to the next one. Okay. We'll say scanning host, and then the args, the name, the host. Okay. And then for port number, for now let's just say funct.println port number. And the reason I want to do that is just to make sure... Wait, what is this? Syntax error, unexpected, blank, blank, expecting, parenthesis. Do I have to say... Do I have to do... Hold on. Golang range. Where is it? Range nums. You can do a range from 2 numbers, right? No, that's not quite what I'm looking for. Well, I guess range isn't what I want. It's just a regular for loop, right? So I'm gonna say port number equals 1. Port number is less than or equal to 65535. Port number plus plus. Open brace. Do they not have parentheses on it? Is that it? Okay, yeah, I forgot. Go has no parentheses around the for stuff. So let's run it with a host name. And yeah, so that looks good. So now we will just say go test TCP connect. It doesn't exist, but that's okay. We're about to make it. So func TCP test TCP connect, and we've got a string of host and an integer of port. And the host is os.args1, and the port number is defined there. Undefined host? What do you mean? Oh, did I do these backwards? Is it host string port int? Wait. Brain fart here. Go functions. You put the type first, type second. I do so many languages, I get them all mixed up now. Go function example. Okay, type after. Is it lowercase? What's going on? Okay. Let's try host string. Okay. What's... Okay, brain fart. Golang string. What's... Is it just lowercase? Is that it? I was just doing too much Java? Okay. Port int. So then we gotta do TCP connect. Net dot... We want a socket. We want to create a socket. Let's see if I got an example already here. I mean, I've got an example in my book. I know that for sure. Oh yeah, I guess now's a good time to drop that I wrote this book, Security with Go. Let's see. Let me pull up my examples, my cookbook. So we got a TLS connection example. That's right. It's dial. It's net.dial. Is that it? Net.dial. Golang TCP dial. Yeah, it's just net.dial. Oh, I don't have net imported because I have it commented out from earlier. So yeah, net.dial, and if I do, okay, Visual Studio Code, what's the show parameters? Because like in PyCharm you can do Control P or Goland. If you do Control P, it'll show you what parameters it expects. So maybe if I try and do this again. No, why does it say import net? I did. Do I need to save it? I guess I just needed to save it. Net.dial. No, it doesn't want to help me out. I guess it's the host host port, maybe the timeout too. What is it complaining about here? Not enough arguments to be called. Oh, want string. String. Do you want the port number with the host name? Oh, I guess you want the method, so we're going to do TCP, and then, yeah, the host plus, and it's called strconf I2A to get the ASCII, so that's string conversion, integer to ASCII of the port, but we also want to do add a colon in the middle. And now what is it complaining about? Well, yeah, I need to import strconf, so that should be better. And so we're gonna get back, what do we get back? We're gonna get back an error and a connection probably, right? So connection and error, is that what the, yeah, connection and error. So then we'll say if error does not equal nil, there was an error, we will just return and do nothing. So we'll say could not connect, but we don't want to spam the messages, right? We don't really need the else. I guess we could just say fump.println and then the port number. And I guess we could do printf. There's a printf, right? So we'll print the port and say connected. Give it the port number. I guess we just have port. Oh, connection's not used. We can just, well, if we do get it, we'll just say connection.close. I guess it's a capital C since it's a public method. So let's try it. So we got go run portscan.go devdungeon.com, and it's all we put go in front of it, so that's all you have to do in Go to multi-thread things. And the fumpt, oh, you know what? I think fumpt is not thread safe, but log is. I'm pretty sure log is, and I'm like 99% positive log is thread safe, but fumpt is not. So I'm going to replace all my log calls with fumpt calls. We could use a channel to pass the data back, but we don't need to do that. Not right now. So let's see. We need it to wait. I guess we do need a channel to say it's done at least. So we'll say done channel and pass it true. And we're gonna need the done channel, so we're gonna say done channel chanbool, and then in the main, well, let's see, how do we want to do this? Is that the best way, just to do a done channel and then wait for all the dones? Right before we kick it off, we'll say active thread count ++ right before we kick it off, and then that down here we'll say basically until active, and like every time until active thread count is down to 0 equals 0. Keep checking. So yeah, we'll just say like for, or basically while the done channel keeps receiving, we're just waiting till all the threads are done. But so we're gonna kick them all off first, and then down here we'll check. I think that's a good way to do it. Taking suggestions, and then every time we get one, let's see, let's pull open a channel reference. Cookbook, channels, concurrency. No, that one doesn't have any channels. There we go, channels.go. Okay, so this is how you would, I think this is how you keep looping. So we'll just say basically while. For with no arguments is basically a while loop. And then we're going to get, I think we can just pull it without saving it into anything. We'll just pull on the done channel. And for each one we get, we'll say active thread count minus minus. And say if active thread count equals 0, then break. And then we can just, to make sure everything looks good, we can say done. Now this connect, oh, what's it complaining about now? Undefined active thread count? No problem. Let's just say active thread count equals 0. Not enough arguments to call test TCP connect? Yeah, because we need to pass the done channel now. And we'll also create the done channel up here, so we'll say done channel equals make bool chan. How do I do this? Do I have an example here? Yeah, make chan bool. So that should do it. Now I think we can run it, and it should be nice and multi-threaded. Thinking any issues with this? No, I think we'll try it out. So we'll just repeat. Bam! Look at that. Look how fast that one went. To scan those at least. Okay, we're gonna have to pull up the activity monitor now and compare it to what we had earlier, system monitor. I'm gonna bookmark this. Okay, so it looks like it's still running. I didn't set a timeout, and I think by default the Go HTTP requests have no timeout at all configured. So we have to set a timeout when we do our TCP connect up here. So on the dial, let me pull up my, let's see, our TLS example. No. Let's see if we just have TCP server. No, we want a client. Wait, here's the client down here. No timeout though? Okay, let's do a Golang net dial timeout. Pull up the documentation. Now where do you do timeout? Dial timeout. Oh, okay, you need a special function for it. Yeah, dial timeout, and then you need timeout, which is a time duration. So we'll say dial timeout And then the third argument that we pass it is timeout. Timeout in time duration, so it's going to be timeout length. And we'll go ahead and say timeout length equals 5 times time.second. And I think I just need to import time. Yeah. Import time, and I need to give this a colon since I'm defining it. Give it a run. So now the longest any thread should take is 5 seconds. And then it should time out. So let's look at the activity monitor. And I'm actually going to restart it. Okay, so I'm going to restart it and I'm going to pull the activity monitor up. Oh, and one thing I want to run is I want to run time. I want to see how long it takes. Oh, and I did that with the Java one, but I closed it. I didn't track it. But let's see. Ooh, look at that spike in the CPU. They all jumped up to 60% and then dropped. And look at that, it took like 1 second. And then a couple of them are still lingering around, it looks like. Those might not even be the port scanner. But it does look like it's still running. Oh, you know what? So maybe it's off by 1. Maybe I have like an off by 1 with my done channel. No, wait a second. Maybe I'm doing this backwards. Maybe I need to do the arrow the other way. Give me my channels example real quick. So to save, you do that, and to put it in, you do like that. Yeah, so I'm dumping true into the channel. Okay, so how do you... They're blocking by default, right? So it's gonna sit here and wait until... So let's go ahead and try reducing thread count now at... Just this is gonna be basically a debug statement. And we'll do printf and pass it the active thread count. Give it a run. Oh, I see what's happening. So we're only passing the done channel if it's a successful. So we also wanted to say done. We just want to say we're done, and we can even pass it false so we can tell it whether it connected or not. And in fact, let's just do that. So now, instead of putting the print statement in there, we can do it down here and say, well, we were not going to know what it is, so yeah, let's just keep it how it was there. But now it should start working. Now it should properly decrement. Yeah, so now we can see as it's going through each one, waiting for a few seconds. Now it's done. Okay, so now it's all good. Now it should be good. We can get rid of that done statement. We can get rid of that debug print, and let's give it a regular good old time run. Look at that. 5 seconds, like on the dot almost. Compared to the Java one where it took like 20 seconds. So the Go one definitely ran much faster. And it took advantage of the CPU better. It had a big spike and did it all at once. It used less bandwidth and everything too. So the Go version definitely worked a little better than the Java one. More efficiently, at least. So we've got to go one down. Let's go down a directory, and at the top we'll give it some usage help. So we'll say run with go run port scan.go devdungeon.com. Okay, we'll save that. We'll update the README and say look in go/portscan.go. So what's next? Which one should we do next? Python? C? Rust? I don't think I'm gonna do the Rust one today. Well, we're going through them. Okay, we'll see how much time we have. But yeah, so because we got this one, we did the Go one. Okay, yeah, so we did the Go and the Java multi-threaded. Well, we'll probably do the Python one multi-threaded too, so let's do this. Let's make the next one in Python, and let's do spreadsheet output. So we'll call that one Python /portscan to Excel, portscan to Excel, portscan to CSV. Since it's very simple data, a CSV should be fine. So we'll say portscan to CSV. And since Papa Bagel asks for Python, you got it. Nobody else has any requests, so let's go ahead and do that. And you know, I'm gonna go ahead and use PyCharm for that one, just because I want to. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have some good Python cookbook snippets to get this one going. Networking, yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let's close this. So this is, we still have the last PyCharm project open, which was some Django authentication and web bootstrap theme templating. So I'm going to close that and open an existing folder. And we want to open portscan collection. Let it index. Still doing a little more indexing. Okay, well, let's see. While it's still indexing, let's go ahead and create the Python folder. And what do we call it? Portscan to csv.py. No, I do not want to add the idea folder, but I do want to add the portscan one. In fact, I want to go into my git ignore and add idea to ignore. And in my Python one, I'd like to start doing some pseudocode. So what do I want to do? We want to, given a host, scan all ports 1 to 65535 TCP connect, and then output results to a CSV. But we also want it to be multi-threaded. Right? Multi-threaded. It's gonna have to be pretty much a requirement. Output results to CSV, and then I think that's what we'll cover here. Okay. Let's see, I'll minimize VS Code. Minimize the Firefox. Go ahead and minimize all this stuff. Okay. So now we've just got PyCharm open. What do we need to do? So, I don't think we need to bother making a class. We could probably get away without a class. And the first thing we're going to want to do is get the args. So, think it's os.args, or is it sys.args? argv, sys.argv. That's how you get the arguments in Python, right? Sys.argv, yeah. So we'll say we're just gonna start getting started here. So we'll use Python 3, and we'll say Python 3 Python/port scan to CSV. Okay, list data range. So we'll say if length of sys.argv is, well, let's see, what is 0? Is 0 going to be the name of the Python script? Yeah, it is. So if the length is 1, we'll say no arguments received, and do the print usage thing again. And so we'll come up here and we'll say def print usage. Oh, nope. Print usage, and we'll just say, and we'll use one of these here docs for this one. So we'll say usage, and we'll go ahead and just kind of hard code this. It's better to do like plus arg0 and like that, but this is just meant to be a real quick example. Python 3, what is it? It's called port scan to csv.py. We give it a host name, a host. Say examples. Python 3 port scan to. Oh, actually, we're gonna need the output file too, right? Well, yeah. Output file. So we'll say Python 3 port scan to CSV. Devdungeon.com. We'll say devdungeon.csv. We'll just call it scan results to be a little more explicit. Okay, no arguments received. Print usage. There's the usage. Print. Expected 2 blank lines. Sorry. Okay, now we will print usage and sys.exit1. Otherwise, we can assume that our arguments are good, and we want to print it just to make sure. So we'll say run. What? Let's see. I only want to check the length of the arguments, like that. Cool. Now it says no arguments received. Here's the usage. And actually, we'll say if the arguments is less than 3, because we need 2. And then we'll say not enough arguments received. So if you enter just 1, it'll do the same thing. You need 2. And we're not going to do the checking on it. If you give us a bad file name, it'll error out or whatever by itself. So let's see. The arguments will, okay, check arguments here. Actually, you know what? We can actually put that in a function of its own, since everything there is global. Check args, and then we'll make a function called main just to kind of keep things clean, and we'll put all that stuff in main. And normally, I guess what you do is you say if name equals main. That's basically how you def a main. Okay, and then first actually we want to check the args. Okay, so it still works, still looking good. So we've got print usage, check args, and main. And now we know our host. Just for explicitness and to be helpful, we're going to basically rename and store a copy of the argument variable as host, just to make things easier to read. Now, okay, we want to do the multi-threaded, and I want to use a thread executor. So let's do thread executor Python, and they should have an example in the official documents. So they do. concurrence.futures. That's what we want, and right here is pretty much the example we need. I believe we can get away with just that. So I do Alt-Enter to import what we need, and here we'll say max workers. I mean, let's give it all the power we can. Let's see how that works. I mean, that's probably going to be detrimental. It'll probably be faster if we don't, but I'm kind of curious, and we'll play with that. We'll call it max threads, and we'll put it up at the top. So we can change that pretty easily. Yeah, we could add it as a command line flag or whatever, but that's not the purpose of this. We're not doing a tutorial right now on how to do command line programs. We're looking at quick examples of how to do port scanning in different languages. So that's the focus. And we already did Go and Java. Now we're working on Python. And so we've got our thread executor pool, which lets us, it basically creates a pool of threads and says, okay, we've got 10 threads. Give me all the jobs you want to do, and I'm going to dole them out to 10 threads and make sure that I don't have more than 10 threads, and I'll let you know when they're all done. And so the future is, it's basically the future result. That's how you can think about it. And so it's an object that's going to point to the result whenever it's done, because all the threads are going to finish at different times. And what we want to do is submit the name of our function, and then the arguments. So it's going to be like the host and the port. So we'll say for port in range 1 65535 +1, right? Let me pull open the Python console. So yeah, in our Python console, if we do range 110, what? Am I mixing up my languages again? Is it X range now? Oh, I guess it's a generator, right? So you have to do like, well, I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to work, so we'll see. And so actually what I want to do is say futures equals a list, and then I want to store the futures with the index of the port, and I want to store the future result. And then what I want to do is check all of them and do like as completed, finish them. So I forget the exact syntax. I think they have it further down. Thread pool executor. Wait on future. This will never complete because there's only one worker thread and it is executing this function. Okay, hold on. Here's a fuller example. Thread pool executor example. With concurrence.future thread pool executor, we want submit. Yeah, so we submit all of the things first, and then you do, here it is, for future in concurrent.futures.as completed future to URL. Now this is where it gets a little tricky for me. Future to you, and you're passing it in. So I'm gonna go ahead and use their whole snippet here. So actually I'm going to, let's see, I'm gonna drop it in right here and make my window bigger because there's too much clutter. All right. So here we've got future to, what we want is the future to future result, really. future result, and what we want to submit is a function called TCP connect, and we're going to give it the host and the port. And it's going to be a port for port in X range 1.65535 plus 1. Or is it just range now? X range was in Python 2. Range is Python 3 and X range is Python 2, I think. We need to import concurrent, done. And we need to pass it the future result. We're going to have to make that, it's red here, TCP connect, because we haven't made it yet. So, I mean, we can make it right here, def TCP connect. And we're going to need a host and a port. And we'll just pass for now. Okay, and what we... let's see, so this is going to be future results. Future key, future ID. And the result is going to be... actually, we don't necessarily have to do... We don't have to get a result from it. But since that's how this is working, that's going to be nice anyway. We could just do the print statement in the thing and write, like we did in the other ones, just say print connected or not. But we're not going to do that. We're going to return. We're actually going to return true or false. Okay, so we're almost there. So it's not the URL, it's the connected. We'll say did connect. I don't know, I think it's a little more explicit. So we'll do try data equals... Wait a second. URL... So what they had was futures to URL. Future to URL with the key of the future that it got back. You get... Oh, that's the original... So that's going to be the port. That should be the port number. And then so we can say port blank finished. And that's going to be the port number. That's going to be more of a debugging statement. I'll probably delete that one later. And then we can say, yeah, try and get the result. So we'll say did connect equals future.result. And if there's an exception, we'll just say error pulling result from future plus e dot and then add the exception message. Else we'll just say else I guess it succeeded. I'm just going to do a pass here. Well, I'm just going to say else condition reach because I'm not really sure. Else condition reach. That's going to be a success. And we'll say print did connect. Okay, let's give that a run. Let's give that a run and see how it's doing. So we'll do Python 3 port scan. Okay, it wants us to provide it some arguments. Cool. Let's provide it some arguments and let's see if it starts printing messages for us. Which it should. We should see messages by now. So where's it? Where's the problem? What did I do wrong here? Yeah, the feature stuff can be a little tricky to get just right. So let's break this into little pieces, or maybe we can actually use the Python debugger. If we do right click run. Oh, I guess we're gonna need to pass it the arguments anyway. Okay, so port for port and range is going to executors submit TCP connect host port. Actually, let's put a statement in here that says trying to connect to host and port, and we're going to pass it host port, and then we'll just go ahead and keep returning false for now. Let's run it and see if that even gets triggered. Yeah, so it's trying to connect. Oh, maybe it's just running slow because Python is really freaking slow compared to Go and Java. So I was thinking it wasn't working, but look, it's running. Let's give it a second. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Interesting. So it looks like it kind of worked out after about 32,000. So what I'm gonna do is lower the maximum count of threads here a little bit, down from 65,535 down to like 8. And let's see if I can run it without crashing. Let's try Python port scan to CSV. No module name concurrent. Okay, it's because I need Python 3. Okay, and yeah, thank you for the help usage. I'm going to go ahead and run that as it is. Copy and paste. Oh, we're starting to get messages. Yeah, okay, stop. Now, get rid of this way overly verbose message. And let's start adding in the TCP connect stuff. So, I should have some examples of doing yeah, here's a port scanner example that I wrote, I think. I'm pretty sure I wrote this one, yeah. Otherwise, I would, if I copy stuff that's not mine, I usually put the URL and everything up there. So actually what I just wanted is the connect. I just want the TCP connect. Yeah, so okay, you create a socket. So here we are in TCP connect, we're going to say sock equals, what is it? Socket. From socket import star. Okay, let's do alt enter import. Socket.socket, and then we'll say sock.connect, and then we want the tuple, which is the address, right? So that's going to be host port. Oh yeah, that's my Python crashing from earlier. Yeah, it ran out of memory. It ran out of memory trying to make that many threads. So as far as benchmarking goes, Go was able to do it in about 1 second, and Python toppled and fell over and died when we tried to do it with that many threads. Okay, so where are we now? Connect. How do we give it the timeout? I think we could do the sock.set timeout. Yeah, we set the timeout before we connect, and that's going to be in seconds, or what? Ooh, let's see. Control P value. Hold on. Python socket set timeout. Set timeout. Set a timeout on the blocking socket operation. The value argument can be a non-negative float expressing seconds or none. Okay, so it's in seconds and it's a float. We'll do 5, right? No, yeah, whatever. We'll do 5, and we'll do timeout in seconds, and we'll go ahead and make that like a parameter up at the top we can set, and we'll just do 5 for now. Okay. So let's try running it now. Wait. What I want to do is try to connect, and then I want to accept. Is there a timeout? Timeout error? No. Let's just say if there's any exception. So let's just say accept, and we'll say pass. But if it does connect, we'll say return true. Actually, let's do this. We'll say connected equals true. Sock dot close is what we want. And then if we accept, we'll say connected equals false. And down here, we'll just say oops, return connected. And we'll just set a default of connected equals false. I guess it says it doesn't really matter. Well, okay, let's just try it. Run, and we should just, okay, yeah, a little too much print statement action, so let's go ahead and, so that happens all the time. We'll just pass. Actually, we don't even need it if we're gonna pass. And then we'll just print if it connected. Actually, we'll say if did connect, then print, and then the port number, right? So port and then connected, and then the port number. Okay, so this should be a little better. Now if we run it, we should only see the ones that connect. Yay! Look at that. It's working. And it's threaded, and it's not dying. It may take, I'm going to time this one. Let me Control C. So I'm going to do a time, and I'm going to check the activity monitor too. Let's see how this one compares. Okay, so I'm going to kick it off, and I'm going to move over to our activity monitor. So this is interesting. You can see there was one CPU that spiked up, because that's about all Python can use. It's got the global interpreter lock, so it can only use the equivalent of one CPU. Even if it might get pushed around across different CPUs, it can still only use the maximum of one CPU worth of time. And that's just a limitation of Python and Ruby. And that's why Go makes such a good complement to Python. Is it still running? It still is. You can see the bandwidth. It's hovering at about, I don't know, 60 kilobytes a second. So about a third of what Java was. So let's do this. That's probably going to take a while, and it looks like it can handle some more load. So let's up the threads from 8 to like 128. So let's check it out. Pull open our resource monitor. So you can see it's not actually using one CPU hardcore. It's actually switching between all the CPUs, but not having a huge spike on any of them because it's still no more than the equivalent of one. Oh, is it done? It just dropped a huge amount. And it did. Yeah, look, so it took about 30 seconds. So if we set a timeout for 5 seconds, and it took 30 seconds, that's quite a bit of overhead in like how long it took and how fast it can run. Because with Go, we gave it a 5-second timeout. The whole thing was done after 5 seconds. Okay, and the network went up to about 180k a second, which is about what Java did. Okay, so we've got a nice Python port scanner example working. Let's clean that up a tiny bit. Oh, we need to do the output to the CSV, right? So we're actually going to need, let's see, can I go through the whole loop again after the fact? So now we're going to say output to CSV. Well, let's just, let's see. Can I go through this again and access it? Future to results. Yeah, I think I can. So once we know they're all done there, I think I can do for, let's see. So it's going to be like for X in future results. And that's going to be, X is going to be the future. So we can get future results of X is going to be the port. Should we do that, or no? Let's just write out to the CSV as we're going along and then close it at the end. So we're going to say open CSV file for writing, output headers, and then we'll say if did connect add, well, we're going to add a row regardless. Add row, you know, host, port, and did connect. We'll say add CSV row. And then we'll print out. And then at the end, we're going to close the CSV file. Okay, so this should be pretty easy to integrate in, and I should have an example for some CSV stuff. Yeah, spreadsheets, CSV write. Ooh, look how clean and simple that example is. So yeah, we want to open, oops. We want to open the CSV file, and we'll just Alt-Enter to import CSV. And we want to write, we have the output file. The output file is going to be sys.argv2. And so we're going to open that for writing binary. And we'll use the comma as the delimiter for our comma separated file. Okay, now we just need to call write. That's going to be, yeah, we'll call it spreadsheet, that's fine. It's called write row, so we're going to say spreadsheet.write row, and then yeah, host, port, and did connect. And you know what, we can throw in the date time. Why not? We'll add the date time. So we'll just say now. Date time dot now. Oh no, I want to import that date time. No, wait, do I? Yeah, that's what I wanted. And it should be able to convert the Python time object to a nice string, but that might be useful, right, to know when the scan was actually done, when each port was actually scanned. Okay, and then we want to close the CSV, right? So we'll say spreadsheet dot, is it just dot close? Ooh. Let's see, CSV file close. Python, yeah, no CSV close. The reader is really just a parser. There's no need to close the reader. Okay. Well, then I guess we're done. And we can run it. And then we can check out the results in a scan file. So let's go into, where is it? Port scan collection, Python. And I'm actually going to go to the git ignore. And I'm going to say ignore python slash scan results.csv. Actually, we'll just say go ahead and ignore any CSV file in that folder. And any PyC files it creates, and any PyCache directories that might get created. Oh, uh-oh. it doesn't like the CSV write operations being done inside of the concurrent. Can we do, is it like async? Can we just do like, oh wait, spreadsheet write? I don't think so. Okay, so we ran into an issue. Now let's figure out what we can do about it. I think what we want to do is just capture all the results in this loop and then go through the results when we're done. So let's just do something like this. We're gonna call this the scan results, and it's just gonna be a dictionary. And then down here, well, in here we'll say instead of writing, we'll say scan results for the port as the key and did connect as the value. But no, we want scan results bracket port equals did connect. And then on here we should be able to say for result in scan results, and then we can say spreadsheet.write host. I guess the host is going to be the same for all of them, so we don't need to put it out in every row, but I guess it's okay. And so that's going to be the result. And the port, so the port is the key. So can I just do like that? Or do I have to do like for in .iter items? Okay, before I run it, we'll say Python key and value for loop. Now, do I need the .iter tools or whatever? Yeah, .iter items. Oh, for Python 3 .items. Okay. Yeah, so I do need to add in scan results .items to get both the key and the value. So now, if I run it, it should be doing all the threaded operations up front, and then at the end just generating the results. And so it shouldn't take more than, it took 30, well, it shouldn't take too long. But while that's running, let's go ahead and update the README. And that looks okay, so let's update the run up here. And we'll say run with that. Max threads, print usage, check args, TCP connect. It doesn't like it that the name shadows the outer one, so let's just say whatever. We'll call this one host or ID. Why not? There we go. Now the names don't shadow. And then we've got a main function. Check args, pull the args, and then default scan results. And then we've got our thread pool executor to do all the checking. Oh, error. CSV writer has, oh, was that the problem the whole time? Was it actually working before? I just had I just wrote the wrong thing. I mean, that might be it, so hold on. I'm actually going to try and do this again real quick, because I'd rather do it the other way, where I don't have to create more variables than I need. So let's go back here and try and say We'll comment out the scan results for now too. We'll say spreadsheet right row, host row, port did connect. Okay, let's try that and let's see if it runs. And hopefully it'll be okay. Oh, my bad. I guess it needs a tuple. Or no, it needs a list. I should have provided it a list. Right row needs all of the arguments inside a single list. So, okay, let's give it another run. Got a little closer though. I have a feeling this one will be pretty good. Assuming that these writes are thread safe, which they might not be. We'll see Python CSV right row thread safe. Question mark. Python. Let's see. I'm not sure if CSV writer is thread safe. Oh, that's a great answer. I'm not either. The documentation doesn't specify, so to be safe, if multiple threads use the same object. Well, I guess it's all... Okay, so the thing is, we're not running the write in the thread. We're running this in the main thread, which is single-threaded. So the writes are going to be one at a time. We're just doing them as soon as the results come back. Okay, so we should be safe there. We should be good. What does it say here? A bytes-like object is required, not string. Oh, I guess I need to encode. I need to encode the data. Reload? Yeah, it's wait. Yeah, it still says 0 bytes. Okay. So, do I need to do encode? I mean, do I have to encode them all to UTF-8? Is that what I need to do? So a port is a number. So do I need to do like string port dot encode UTF-8 for that one? And since that one's a bool, I guess do I have to do the same thing? Dot encode UTF-8. And date time dot now. That one should give me, well, it has a string function that will straight do it, but let's just see if this fixes all of it. Because a string is like an ASCII object, and a bytes-like object is the encoded string. I'm gonna mute for just a second. Okay. Now I'm not sure which... I'm not sure which one it's complaining about now. I mean, I'm explicitly encoding all of them to UTF-8. I'm gonna Google that, having a little... that's not what I want. I wanted this. Copy. We're gonna say Python. Now, I thought encoding to UTF-8 would be enough, but yeah, they're saying just encode it. Okay, I did encode it. Yeah, so they're doing... Oh! No, I opened it with write binary. Well, you know what? Maybe I just need write because this is just text. I'm gonna see if that helps. I'm gonna let it run while I keep reading. Oh yeah, see, it does say right here you have to change write byte to write. Because it is a text file. CSV is a text file. So let's let that run for a second, and I think that might fix it. Perfect. That did seem to fix it all up. And so by doing it that way, we don't have to create any extra variables. I think that is all good. And let's double check the spreadsheet file. Make sure it worked. Cool, so it's gonna open up in Libre. Oh no, look what it did. It wrapped it with the whole B dot, like it actually printed out. Okay, so let's go back actually. And I think I don't need to do the encode anymore. So let me try taking away all the encodes, but leaving on the string, this to string function, because we do need to convert like all those to strings. It might do it automatically, but I don't know if the CSV library will do that. So I'll go ahead and take care of it myself. Okay, so. This is a big file. It's running real slow. I'm going to close out of it because we're going to make another one anyway as soon as this is done. Okay. Takes 30 seconds to run each time. Let's open it up. Ah, that looks beautiful. That looks much better. We didn't write the headers though. So, one second, let's go back in here. And the first row we should write should be write row. And we need a list. And we'll say host, port, connected, and date time. Okay, so that should work, and we can sort it. How do I do it in LibreOffice? Anybody got any idea how to sort? Data sort. Sort by column B. No, I want sort by column C. And since true is higher alphabetically, I want descending. There we go. So now we've got all the true ones up at the top, and we've got the time of the scan. So, cool. Cool. Working very well. Alright, so what's next? Which one are we going to do next? Actually, before I commit, or before I do anything else, I'm going to review the code. Code looks okay. I'm going to go ahead and update the README. I'm gonna say this. We'll say also check out that. Okay. So we'll do Rust, maybe. C, C++. We'll do the sin scan. Yeah, I want to do the sin scan. But we don't necessarily have to do that with C. We could do the sin scan in any of the other ones because you can wrap the pcap library and do pcap stuff in any of the other languages. And in fact, I think I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to do, well, I'm going to do a C example, but also I'm going to do Go sin scan example using pcap. And we'll call that one sinscan.go. But that one's not done yet, so we'll leave an O there, and we'll put X's next to these just to designate that we're done with them. And these are open still. And the stats, yeah, I don't really want to keep the stats, but it's interesting to look at them nonetheless while we work through them, just to get a feel. So Go was like by far the fastest. Java was a little behind it, and Python was far behind that too. Okay, so we've got the Python one. Let's go ahead and push some stuff to GitHub. So what do we have here? Oh, did I not commit the Go stuff yet either? So yeah, let's commit the working Go and Python threaded examples and push that up. So I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna go get some water and stretch my back, and if any of you guys have been sitting around for a long time, I recommend you do the same thing. Go stretch, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna put on some music and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, I was just thinking that the SYN scan might be harder than I first anticipated earlier. Because in order to do the SYN only scan, you have to send out the SYN scan, you have to send out the SYN packet without doing the full connect. So you'll send out the SYN and the server will hopefully send you back something, or it won't send anything. If it doesn't send anything, then you're supposed to send either a fin or a reset and see how it behaves. And I think depending on the result of the fin and the reset versus the other type of behaviors, you can tell whether it's open. And so you'd have to set up and use pcap to also detect what's coming back manually. So you'd have to capture each packet, check it, and inspect all the flags. So I think that might be a little more work. So let's look it up. TCP SYN scan. So I want the low level details of how it works. I gotta do a little refresher. So let's see. Port scanner is an application designed to probe a server. Yeah. SYN scan. SYN scan is another form of TCP scanning. Rather than using the operating system's network functions, the port scanner generates a raw IP packet itself and monitors for responses. 1 second. Steven Shrewsbury says, sorry to bother you, Nano, but do you have a backup of Spawn by chance? And the answer is, I do. What happened? Yeah, so to let everyone know, we do have a Minecraft server, and we've been doing some streams on how to do the plugins and code everything. And I've been trying to install all the anti-griefing and the world guard stuff, and still getting better at that, but it looks like the spawn was still destroyed, and so I'm trying to figure out how to use world edit to pulse just a certain spot of the world from a backup and reload it. So I gotta figure out how to do that, but I'm gonna do that probably tomorrow. So anyway, back to the SYN scans. This scan is also a type of half-open scanning because it never actually opens a full TCP connection, right? The port scanner generates a SYN packet. If the target port is open, it will respond with a SYNAC. Okay, so you're anticipating the server host to still act like normal. You're not trying to detect any weird firewall stuff. You're just saying, okay, I'm going to send this in, and I expect a SYNAC back. But to lay low and not let the server log it, I'm never going to send that last ACK. So that should be a little easier than I thought, actually. I mean, this is kind of what I expected. The scanner host responds with the reset package. With the reset packet. Okay, so I send a SYN, I listen for a few seconds, and then I send a reset if I get the SYNAC back. If the port is closed, but unfiltered, the target will instantly respond with the reset packet. Okay, so I'm either going to get a SYNAC back, or a reset, or something else like a fiend. The use of raw networking has several advantages. Giving the scanner full control over the packets. Yeah, okay. There is a debate over which scan is less intrusive on the target host. SYN scan has the advantage that the individual services never actually receive a connection. However, the reset during the handshake can cause problems for some network stacks because some network stacks only behave with expected traffic, which is not always what you get. In particular, simple devices like printers. There are no conclusive arguments either way. Okay, so let's do... What I want to do now is actually... In C, I'm actually not going to do the go sin one. I think I'm going to do this last one in C. Maybe I guess we could do C++ or just C. Which one should we do? Any votes? But we'll do that with the libpcap. So actually I've got... Yeah, so I've got a tutorial on libpcap in C, and this is going to be what I use as a reference. So let's create a new directory called... What do we want to call it? C? We'll create a new file called synscan.c. That sounds good. Yes, we will add it. And for this one, I'm going to get out of PyCharm. And I'm going to go back into Visual Studio Code. I'm going to go into C. The C++ extension is recommended for this file type. I will say go ahead and install. I accept your recommendation. Okay. Okay. I think we're good to go. Wait. Microsoft. Oh, Microsoft extensions for VS Code. So these are like official C++ extensions. So that's cool. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to do a syn scan, right? Do syn only stealthy or half connect scan for each port. Let's see. Let's pull one of these examples as a place to start. So yeah, we want to find a network device. So we're going to need, well, we can just have the user provide the network device. So, right, if you do ifconfig, I guess you do ipadder now. Is that the command? Oops, a little too much. Yeah, so you can get your interface there, and you can get your name. I guess in my case it is ENS33. Okay, so I'm not going to spend all the time building a menu for the user to choose it. I'm just going to accept that as an arg. So we're going to say the interface is first arg. Okay. Get info about the device. I guess we don't really need that. Live capture. We're gonna want to cap. We're not gonna want to capture. We're actually gonna want to generate a packet. Well, we're gonna want to do some capturing, actually. But let's see. Send. How do I create a packet? What is it called? Right. Sending packets. You can send packets using pcap inject. It could not get any simpler. You pass it a raw pointer and a length, and it will send whatever it finds in memory to the handle. So we'll have to create our own packet first. And we should have a struct. We should have a struct that we can use to create the thing. So why don't we try getting it to work on a single port before we try and do anything like multi-threading with this. It's been a long time since I did any multi-threading in C, so this is gonna be the real challenge, doing the syn only scan with the pcap stuff. Okay, and then we'll say port is the second arg. Port is the second arg. And, well, I guess we can say we'll say the host is the second arg. And the port's going to be the third, and I guess that's all we need. So we're going to start off with import standard IO, right? And int main, what is it? Int argc char pointer to arg vector. Shrewsbury, how bad is the spawn? Is it something that like needs to be fixed right away? And do you have permissions? I can give you permissions to fix things. But anyway, let's see. Wait, import standard IO? Oh, wait, it's not import. I'm doing C. It's include, right? And that is, hold on. It's been so long since I did C. Yeah, so it's C because this is a standard library package. I guess it's saying I need to do it inside the. Oh, and I need a hash because it's a preprocessor directive. Spawn is gone. I can restore it. Like, I can restore it later from a backup. And I should be able to just pull that part of the world and put it back. So, it's covered in cobblestone. Is that all? I see. Okay. I'll have to take care of that. Okay, so then we'll just try printf and do args. Okay, so what I want to do is compile it and run it. So I'm going to go into the C directory, and I guess I want gcc synscan, and then I'll have an a.out. Cool, so just to make that a little easier, I'm going to alias all that into a little command. So I'm just going to say run equals that, so now I can just run it. I'm going to need maybe a make file in a second. It's like a mountain. I'll come look at the spawn in a second. Maybe I can log in. I guess people won't mind. Hopefully people on the stream won't mind if I pull it up for a second. But let's see. So I need to go through the args, and I'm going to say for int I equals... Oh wait, can I do that in C? Can I initialize in the loop with C? Or is that a C++ thing? I is less than argc I++. And we'll say arg number is this, and pass it I, and I guess it would be I+1, but it doesn't matter. I and the car pointer to arg. Wait. Arg v I, like that. Is that how you do it? It's been so long. Yeah. Okay. Cool. There's one. I can say 1, 2, 3. Awesome. So we're processing the args. Okay. Get the args. Now what do we want to do? We need the interface, right? So can I do like this? Well, is this the best way to get the arguments out of Add a C. C parse arguments. Get opt. Is that really the best way to do it? Can you type it? Uh-oh. No thank you. Look at all these pop-ups. Oh, I'm about to leave this site. Yeah, screw it. Oh, this one's gonna be much better. Yeah, so with getopt, is it easier to pass it and tell it what types the variables are? No. Okay, let's see. We should be able to say scanning. Well, we need the host. Right, we're gonna need the host, the port, and the interface. So we'll say scanning host to port. I guess it's a number, right? Well, it's a string still. Host port using interface that. And then we'll say host port interface, like that. And try and run it. Okay, that worked good. So we've got run, we'll say devdungeon.com port 22. And we'll use, I guess my adapter was ENS30. Oh, I didn't update these numbers here, so that's going to be host is 1, that's 2, this is 3. Okay, so this is all looking good. Scanning dev dungeon using port interface host. And if there's not enough args, I guess we want to do kind of the print args thing. So we'll say if not enough arguments provided, print usage and quit. So we'll say if argc is less than, I guess if there's argc is going to be 4. I need 4. So if it's less than 4, then I'm going to say not enough arguments provided. And wait, what is it complaining about here? Expected an expression. Oh, it's okay now. Printf, not enough arguments, and I'm going to call a function called print usage. And then I'm going to return 1. And when I return 1, since I'm in the main, that's going to be the exit code. Okay, so we can say void print usage, and that's just going to be some print statements. And how do we do a here doc? C print here doc. No, that's not what I wanted. Do I just, yeah, can I do like, well, I'll just do it like this. I don't want to get all fancy. ifconfig is deprecated, you have to install NetTools. Yeah, I just use IP instead. You know, I'm not gonna get hung up on the old way of doing it. If they use IP, the IP tool, then I'll move over to IP and learn how to use it. If you do IP ADDR, that'll give you your address, IP adder. Okay, so interface argv is 3. Wait, hold on. Where am I? Printing the arguments, printing the usage. So print usage is usage. And I'm just going to do like this. Usage is going to be sin scan. Then we need what? Host, IP, no, port, host port, and interface. And then we're gonna have an example usage. And I want 2 lines, and I want it to say SynScan devdungeon.com 22 at 0. And as a second example, I'm going to give it an IP, and we'll give it, well, DNS is 53, right? What is the Wi-Fi one normally called? Why am I blanking? Whatever, we'll just go with that 0. Or ENS 22 or whatever. Okay, so print usage should be fine there. I'm going to need some new lines at the end of each one. Okay, so that should be good. So let's try running it without enough arguments. Oh, it's not... Did I not save it? There we go. Not enough arguments provided. Here's your usage. And if we check the error code, we see it exited with 1. And here... So I guess we can just say print out the settings kind of as a debug thing. So we'll say... Oops, we'll move this down here. Well, I guess we could just do that. That's fine, like this. I just want to print out the info so the user can make sure it looks like they entered everything correctly. Yeah, so let's give it... Okay. So now we got a little framework ready to go. Now we actually got to do the scan. Now to do the scan, we'll say SynScan. We'll just make a function called SynScan and pass it the host port. Pass it to host, the port, and the interface. And why is this erroring? Nope, it's okay. So up here we'll say, we'll just make a void SynScan that accepts, what is it, a host, a port. So we got a host, a port. I guess the better way to do it is like this. Okay, host, port, and what was the last one? Interface. Okay, so now we've got a nice function we can work in to do the SynScan. And what we're going to want to do here is advance to the next song and then do send syn packet. And I guess technically right before we do the syn packet we want to start listening, because they might respond really, really fast. Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess we might as well set up the pcap listener first, because it's going to run in a loop in a background anyway. And so as it's running in the loop in the background, we can then send our packet. And so if we set it up real quick right before we send it, it should be fine. Listen for packets coming from host with synac flags. And we're going to send the syn packet. And when we send the syn packet, we're going to have to create the packet, right? So we have to create the packet in memory and then use pcap send to shoot the memory over to the remote host. So, where are we? Get info about device? No. Live capture? Yeah, we're going to have to do a little loop. So, we're going to have to set up the pcap, what is it, pcap live, pcap open live. Device, buff size, yeah, so, oh, it found it? Will you give me the arguments if I do Control P? Please? No? Well, let's see. I've got sea lion. So maybe this would be... Maybe this would be a good case for it. And so it's going to be... Oh. Let's go ahead and pull it open in sea lion. Haven't used it yet. Okay, so... Bundled C make, that's fine. Bundled G debug, that's fine. And those are all fine. Yeah, go ahead and create. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. So let's see if Sea Lion will make our lives easier. I want to open... Well, let's try something. Let's do new project. And we'll do browse, look under Dano port scan collection, C, and we'll make a new folder and let's call it Sea Lion PCAP, just so I can have a totally isolated project in there in case I don't like how it ends up building the project and everything. Languages, should we do C++? No, I was doing C, so we'll just go with C. And might as well do the latest language version. And what? That's not where I wanted it. I wanted it in here. Port scan collection, C line PCAP. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Oh, let's make the fonts bigger. Appearance, use custom font. We'll do size 20. I think that's okay. And editor, we also need to do the font. Let's set the font to hack. We'll do size 19. Can we do 20 on there too? We'll see. If that's too big, I'll shrink it down, but I think this will be okay. So let me pull all this code over. And yeah, at the end we will want to return 0. Okay. Cool, so what we need to do here is include pcap, and it's pcap.h. Okay, now we have access to pcap open live. Now if I do my cursor in between the parentheses and I do Control P, it tells me what the parameters are. So it needs a const character, int, char pointer. And so we've got, what is it? We need to figure out exactly which ones those are. So it's the device name. Wait. I think it's the actual device. So we actually do have to do the device lookup. I think lookup dev will do... It'll find the default one. But okay, we'll address that in a second. So we'll say the device. We'll say interface. Interface, and then the buffer size. I don't know what a good buffer size is. We'll try 4K. And what am I using here? pcap air buff size. No, it's not the air buffer. Where am I getting buff size? I don't know, but that's okay. I'll just put in a number. Packet count limit. I don't know. We'll say 10,000. Timeout limit. Is that in milliseconds? I don't know. I want a high timeout though. Air buffer. Air buffer. So interesting. I think I am going to have. There's going to be different threads. There's going to be one thread that's going to have to just sit there and listen. Or I guess we're going to need like a shared variable so that in the thread that is doing the SYN packet and then waiting, there's going to need to be a thread or an object or something that's shared so that when the pcap listening thread, when you kick off the listening thread to listen for the SYN act back, if it gets the SYN act back, it needs to trigger, it needs to like say, okay, move forward. So has to be some kind of communication between those two threads. And so an air buffer can just be, okay, so we'll do air buffer it's an array, is that right? Char air buffer, and the size is going to be pcap air buff size. What was that? Yeah, air buff size. Okay. Undefined pcap air buff size undefined. Do I need to? I've got pcap.h. Is it coming from one of these two? I don't think I'm using those yet. I don't need them yet. Obviously, they're not pcap related. Identifier pcap error. Okay, hold on. Let me do a quick Google search. Oh, is that a Windows? Is that a Windows only thing? In WinPcap? Yeah. Can anyone tell me where it is? Let's see. Interesting. Where is it coming from? That's what it should be. Oh, I'm working in the wrong file. I should be doing it over in the Sea Lion one. It is. Yeah, thanks Papa Bagel. The problem was I included pcap in the Sea Lion project and then I forgot that I was working out of that one. So now if I control mouse over it, it says define it tells me where it is and exactly what it is, 256. So theirs is 256, and the interface I'm pretty sure must look up device object using interface name first. Okay. You know what? This would have been so much easier in Go because of the way they have channels to communicate back and forth, and because of the interface that Go has to the Go pcap library. but I thought I'd do this as like a challenge. So it's probably a bad idea because it's already 3 hours in. It's already 1:30 in the morning here. But we'll see. We'll see if I can do it before I log off, because it would be a good thing to have. Okay, so yeah, I found what I was looking for. I had my wrong import. So now that I've got it open, or hopefully I've got it open, I'll run it and try it. I think it's going to fail because it actually says, it's going to say, I don't need a string with your interface name. I want your actual device. Oh, how do I change the terminal? Okay, I'll use the regular terminal. So I'll go into pcap collection, pcap. Oh wait, no, it's not called pcap. It's called port scan collection. And in C, we're inside the Sea Lion pcap, and so, okay, so now I'm gonna have to link it with, well, yeah, I'm gonna do it in the command line instead. So gcc main.c It's going to say no pcap, so I'm going to say -lpcap, linking it with pcap, so now it's good. And then I can run a.out, and it'll say, okay, I need the usage, so we'll say go ahead and scan devdungeon.com on port 22 using this device. Well, it didn't error out. Am I calling SynScan? I am calling it, so it's running this and it's not complaining. Let me try it again with a device that doesn't exist. No. It's not causing a hubbub. I think it's not going to do anything until I actually try and read from it. Because that's just the handle. Maybe I actually do need to do something with it. So the device handle, we'll just call it the handle. And it's a pcap type pointer. And then so with the handle we can, forget, what do we want to do with it? Well, I guess we're going to pass it into pcap next, but that's for one packet. We want to do a loop. Yeah, we want to do pcap loop. And so we can tell it a function that we want to run. So, yeah, you can do a packet handler. Okay, so we're going to need another function here. It's going to be packet processor, we can call it. And it needs to have a very strict definition. And so this is the definition they tell you that it must have. Wait. This is the contract. This is it. So it's got to look like this. It's got to have these args. Okay. And so now we can, I don't know, just do a printf and make sure we're actually, okay, so we're processing packet. Processing a received packet and just printing out what the args. Let's see. Well, I wrote a function over here called, yeah, okay, it's not doing anything. My packet handler, print packet info. Okay, so we've got the same definition. We got the args. We got the args, the packet headers, and the packet. Oh, wait. Up in the packet handler, that's what we have. The args, the packet header, and then the packet body. And then, if we want to print stuff out of it, we get out of the header. So we want to check the packet header, the SYN flags. We want to check the SYN flags. So here we would check the from. So we want to see if the packet received is the SYN ACK expected from the SYN we sent. And so we'll have to compare the IP with the one expected and check flags, check the SYN ACK flags. But just to see if it's working, we'll try printing the args. How's that? Okay. Well, actually, what's probably the best way to do this is to use the single packet capture. But when we do that, we'll have the Berkeley packet filters have a very strict set of filters. So we can say only capture if it's the host I want with the flags I want, and then capture next. And just wait and see if you get that one packet that I'm expecting. So I think you can do that. So let me see, using filters. Yeah, you compile the filters and you apply them. Okay, so open live and then you apply and set them. Can you set them beforehand? No, you need the handle. You need the handle before you set them. So if you do the capture 1, I don't think that's going to be enough. So yeah, we'll say capture 1. Oh, okay, so pcap next to you is the handle. Okay, so what you do is you open the handle, and then with the handle you set the filter, and then you call pcap next. Okay, so that is going to be the process. So we're going to say open handle, set strict BPF filter, and then pcap next. And if we do that, I wonder if we could get away with sending the SYN packet first and then trying to quickly do this. I don't think that'll work. We're gonna have to set this up separately and first, or in a separate thread probably, and then wait and see if the packet expected arrives. Specific host and synac. Okay, so let's try this. We will get 1. We'll say get packet equals pcap next, and we'll give it our handle and the packet header. I guess we have to give it the address of a header, and the header will be pcap packet header. Is it just like that? Let's see. Yeah, I think that should do it. And the packet here is going to be packet pcap. Wait, what do I get out of it? Yeah, a packet, but what's the type? It is of type. Oh, it's just a const unsigned character. I guess that's it's just a pointer. Okay, then once we have the packet, if we ever get the packet, we can do like get information out of it, or from the packet header either. So we could say header dot cap length, and that should be captured packet header length, or let's just say captured packet length, and then the length. Print, make sure that works. So let's see if the code is still working at this point, or if it works at all. So we'll go ahead and build it. Now segmentation fault. Okay, segmentation fault. Now where are we getting that? Well, how far did it get before? So it got to where it says scanning. And where's, okay, so it got into, wait, where's that message? Oh, it's down in main. Main, scanning, do SYN scan, so we jump into SYN scan. Oh, I bet it is. I bet it's here. I bet it's not getting past this line. Printf opened, device name for reading. New line, and the interface name. Yeah, I bet it's not getting that far. Oh! Okay, we got past that one, so... Okay, that one shouldn't be a problem. Now what's maybe this? PCAP next. Am I calling PCAP next wrong? If packet is null. Oh. So... I guess we gotta do a null check. If packet is null, printf no packet received. And then... Wait, what's wrong here? Oh, oops, you need parentheses in C, of course. If packet is null, print no packet received, and I guess we'll just, we'll go ahead and return if that happens too, and just see if that does any better. Let's run it. No, we got a seg fault. Okay. Where am I causing the seg fault? So we got here, but we're having a problem with checking if it's null. Sea lion. Okay, let's try. What do we have here? Called PCAP next. Let's just see if that works. Now I could pop open the debugger, and I guess I should. So what I want to do is actually, I want to go to edit my configuration, and yeah, program arguments. I need to give it arguments, so I need to give it devdungeon.com 22 and ens33, and the working directory is going to be, I guess it should assume our. We don't need a working directory, so it doesn't matter. Okay, let's try it. Now let's try just running it. Okay. Undefined reference to PCAP open live? Really? Oh, I need to set up my CMake file. Add executable. Okay, CMake add liblink. Target link libraries. I think that's what it is. So we've got target link libraries. This is the CMake file, and you don't have to use CMake as a build tool, but we'll try like that. Yeah, reload changes, and now will you compile? Cannot specify link libraries for target PCAP, which is not built by this project. Is it just add library? Target link libraries. Link a target to a given library. That's what I want. I want -L PCAP. Specify libraries or flags to use when linking to a given target. The name target must have been created in the current directory. That's not what I want then. Hold on, we'll just try CMake link CMake equivalent of -L linking. Here we go. You are looking for target link libraries. Target link library, but do I need to put libpcap for it to find it? No. Yeah, I cannot specify link libraries to target libpcap. So, yeah, I've never really used CMake. So, come on, how do I do this? CMake add PCAP. Target link libraries. Okay, PCAP library. Oh. You have to, what? You have to find some weird find package. Find package. Or find library. I think that's going to be what I want. There we go. It still failed, but undefined reference. Okay, so we'll try find library. Find library pcap. And will you work? Find required. Is that what it wanted? Come on. Target link library. So you have to include find pcap.cmake. That's kind of gross. Come on, does anybody have a quick? Is there a hack? Can I just do? How can I just add an arbitrary flag? Cmake add -l. Link directories, target add executable, add dependencies. Is that it? Add dependencies. I don't think that's it. Reload changes. Oh wait, did I need? So after I did that, do I need to reload changes? Find library called. Okay, yeah. So did I need the required? Wait, click reload first, and then run it. No. Okay, well, enough of that. I'm just gonna run this on the command line. I've had enough trying to figure out the cmake. Okay. Well, shoot. I need to get it because I really want to do the debug. Edit configuration. Okay. So cmake equivalent of -l pcap. How do they do it? Set additional flags. I really just want to add a -l. Set library name. No, I don't want that. Now, package config, find library. Find library cmake. Find library. The command is used to find a library. Okay, whatever. I'm moving on from there. Header.cap link. Oh, it's because I'm probably trying to print out the cap link, but I need to point to it. Let's see. Print packet info. Oh, it's a D. Yeah, D cap link. Okay. So why is it having such a hard time right here? Oh, maybe I should be running it with sudo, I guess, for starters, right? I shouldn't even have permission to listen without doing sudo. So maybe that's why I'm getting, yeah, okay. Derpy derp, there we go. It was because I needed sudo. Now it's working. The segmentation fault wasn't the code, it was that it wasn't loading the device because I didn't have the permissions. Okay, so cool, captured the packet. Now what I need to do is set the filter here. Yeah, so the filter needs to go up here. And the filter we're going to do is... So where do we set it? You have to compile it first. And so where do you set the filter? The filter... BPF program, that's what it is. So you need a struct BPF program. Oh. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, so that's declared at bpf.h. Struct. Okay, so then we've got our filter, and what we're going to want to do is set filter. So we want to do compile on our handle, our filter, and what else do we have to do? So the filter and the filter expression. So we're gonna need the filter expression, which is actually like the text. Filter string. We'll call it filter string. Can I just set it? Can I set it? Yeah, I can, like that. I can just say what do I want to do? Anything? I'll just say TCP. I'll be happy if it just works like that. That should be enough. Or I guess I could say port 22 because, well, that's not going to be my outbound 22. So, pcap, compile, filter, what else? Control P. No, it doesn't really help. So in compile, you need to pass it the filter expression, and then what is 0? Hold on. Pcap compile. We've got struct bpf program car string. So that's the expression, and then that's optimized. That's what the other one is. So yeah, filter string, optimization of 0. And then the net mask, and I guess we don't want any net mask, and so I guess okay, bpf uint 32, bpf uint 32, and that's going to be the net mask equals, I don't know, 0. We don't want one, right? So am I even using it? I'm not even using it. Am I even passing it? Yeah, highlight all. There we go. Subnet mask. It's getting passed in. It just needs to exist. And I guess here, setting it to 0. I should probably... Oh, that's the lookup. Yeah, I'm going to set it to 0. Net mask. And I guess I need to pass it... Wait. The IP? Okay, I guess it's actually the IP is all I need there. And that's gonna be... Now wait a second, I'm confused. pcap compile. Alright, I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna run it and see what happens, or see what it says here. Incompatible pointer types. Char pointer. So we need to, how did I do it over here? Close my highlight. I wanted to see how I declared the filter string. Oh, I guess I just did like that. Okay, and the IP might not have been initialized. Well, it hasn't. I guess I'll just set it to 0. And then it's pcap set filter on the handle, and it wants the bpf filter program pointer filter. But I guess it wants the address, right? Okay, so now we set the filter, so hopefully... But what we really want to do is set the... check the synac flags and... sender. But let's see if that works. No, let's use the big terminal. Okay. So it worked, like it didn't complain about anything, so I'm guessing it worked. So let's try printf just to kind of set filter and then the string of the filter that we set. And I guess it's filter string. Run it, oops. Run it again just to make sure it looks good. Yeah, set filter TCP, capture. Okay. Let's try TCP port 80, just to strict it up a little bit. Okay, so now it's waiting. It hasn't found anything yet on port 80. That's okay. Okay, cool. So what if we did http://example.com? Boom, now it found one. Cool. Cool, cool. That's what we want. We want to set it up and have it listen right before we send our SYN packet. But we need to start getting stricter here. We want to look for a SYN-ACK only. So I need to look up my BPF filters. Check SYN-ACK flag. No, I want to see it in the. Let's see, BPF filters, SYN-ACK flags. So what's the filter? Let's see, SYN. Show all SYN packets. Show all SYN-ACK. Interesting. TCP 13 equals 18. That's what it is. I'm not sure what that filter does. So let's see. No. Only the PSH, RST, SYN. So I don't know what the PSH is, but push. Only push, reset, SYN, and FIN are displayed. Urgent, and ACK are displayed differently. Keep in mind, the reason these filters work, the filters above find these various packets because TCP 13 looks at offset 13 in the TCP headers. The number represents a location within the bytes. I mean, and the not 0 in the flag means it is set to 1. Okay. Not equals 0. Okay. So I guess 18 is the value that a SYN-ACK would be. Okay, so that's SYN-ACK. Now, I wonder if we can apply multiple filters? Or if you do set filter, does it completely replace the filter that you applied? So let's see. libpcap multiple filters. Are you allowed to do that? I'm just curious. So let's see. I have an application using libpcap, and I need to filter out different protocols. It does. No, I'm just gonna skip that. I'm gonna just do it in one filter. So it'll be like TCP 13 equals 18 and IP equals remote host IP, whatever it was that we're about to send it to. So we're gonna have to do a lookup on the host name if it's. We're gonna have to look up the IP address of the remote host, but that I guess it'll all be IPv4. So we can at least assume that. I have no idea this is gonna work, honestly. I'm kind of guessing that this is somewhat similar to what Nmap is doing under the hood. So we've got, yeah, TCP and TCP flags. Let's see. Oh, can I do that? Can I do and? That's. Yeah, I'm not super awesome with these filters. Let's see. Let's do BPF filter capture synac. Sin dashak. Okay, so synac packet is that 18. We got 1, 2, 4, 8, 16 plus 2. Yeah, that's 18. Okay, so synac is 18, just like we have here. So we see if it's equal to 18, then it's a synac. Let's just, I mean, I guess we can trust that, but I'll run it real quick without. We'll run it. Make sure it still looks good. It shouldn't take too long before it finds a synac on any port, on anything. I mean, I guess I'll try and kick it off by doing SSH. Yeah, okay, I did an SSH to the remote host, and it caused a synac, causing it to continue. Okay, so really all of this, do this capturing in a separate thread. And then I need to, like, when I do get it, I need to, like, update the mutual object. Okay, so I think that's, and I need to, like, signal it's done and signal done. That's all that needs to go. Can I just create an arbitrary block and pretend it's in a thread? Yeah. So that's all going to be, it's all going to be in a thread in a little bit. Okay. Okay, including all of this, including all this, all the pcap stuff. Okay. And then once that capture is all going, then I want to send my SYN packet. Yeah, by doing this. Okay, I'm getting closer. And I need to check what the remote IP is. So filter remote IP, remote host, destination host, source host. Let's see. TC, filtering host, come on. I don't want the destination. I want the incoming packet that's coming back. And I want the destination to be, I want the source. Okay, yeah, so I want the source to be the remote. So it's going to be and source, I guess source IP? No, just like this. Source host. Oh, good, and I think the source host is going to be good for IP or and I'll say plus host plus host. Yeah. How do you how do you concatenate strings in C? Is there an easy way to do that? Oh, no, you really can't. You can't, huh? Whatever, I'll fix that in a second. I just want to make sure I got some logic here. Okay. Okay, do I really have to jump through all those hoops just to get the strings added together? Okay. You can use strcat function, which appends string pointed to by the source. Stir, so you start with a string copy, and then you do string cat. Stir copy memory.h. Okay. Stir copy. Yeah, so we're gonna call it final filter string. And can I get the length of that one? Can I do the size of? Get string length. I forget now. Sterlen. Yeah, Sterlen of filter string plus Sterlen of the host. And that should be it. So then we're going to copy to the final filter string, and then we're going to stir cat the final filter string. Actually, I guess we need +1 because we need a null character, right? It's final filter string host. So now we've basically done the equivalent of adding the host. So let's see, what is the host right now? The host is being provided. Okay, let's try it out. Let's see if this works. No packet received. Oh. Well, you're not waiting very long. Okay, now it's waiting a little more. So let's try to do another SSH to www.devdungeon.com. And this should trigger a synac from remote host devdungeon.com. No, that didn't seem to work, did it? Okay, so let's try ping. Oh, you know what? Maybe it has something to do with, can you force ping to do... Can you force ping to be IPv4? Here we go, that's what I wanted. I wanted the IP address. And I wanted to see if we specify the IP address, if it works any better than the name. So let's try it. Oh, okay, hang on, try it again. No, that one didn't do it. What if we do the NS lookup again? No, that'll be DNS stuff. So what if we tried curl? HTTP? No, so that should have triggered a SYN, a TCP handshake. So I think maybe it's that and source is not really working. So what if we tried just... What if we tried just source host blank? Would that work? Where am I? Source host. I'm assuming these are just straight up BPF filters, so these would work the same. So we'll say, yeah, we'll go with that. Does that work any better? Let's try this again. Curl. No. Let's see, BPF filter by remote host incoming packet. Capture filter. No, this is more Wireshark stuff, but okay, let's just try host. No source, no destination even. Okay, where's the other one? Let's try it again. Curl? Curl? No? Interesting. So it's not working very well when I try and specify the host. It was working pretty well when I did like TCP port 80. But it's not working so well when I try and add the host. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the problem with this is. So we've got it's setting the filter. So like let's try TCP dump with the same filter and see if it does any better. Okay, so now if I do a curl on HTTP on the dev dungeon, oh, you know what? It might be doing v6 curl. So how do I curl force v4? Is there a way to force it? Let's see. Flag. Give me a flag. Let me do man curl IPv4. Oh, what was that? -4 -IPv4 -IPv4. Oh, and it worked. Awesome. That did work. So that's interesting. Okay, so it was IPv6 causing the issue. Okay, so let me try the code again then back how it was with the full filter. Now where was it? Here it is. And host like that. So let's rebuild. Wait, it's this one. Let's rebuild it and rerun. And then try it. Where is it? Curl with --IPv4. Yeah, okay, it found it. It worked. Okay, so it's wait. Well, see, I don't know why it times out so fast there, and sometimes it doesn't. I guess it received something that triggered it. Now, as soon as I hit enter, it should capture it. Well, it waited a second, but it found it. Okay. Okay, so it's working better now that I do the IPv4. Well, when I send out the request, it's going to be out on IPv4, so when it comes back, it should be on the same. So that should be fine moving forward. Okay. Oh, the timeout. I think I set the timeout up here. 10 seconds is fine. Okay, captured packet length. And so we've got the header and the packet. So on the packet, that's just a pointer to some raw memory. And I think it's literally just raw memory. And I have to go specifically in and extract whatever byte I want. Like if I want the SYN flag, I have to go make it. So I don't think there's any pcap packet structure. I guess there is because I loaded one up, right? So there's where do I have packet? Packet is that's just. There's a header. There's the packet header. That's the structured part, right? So, where's the header? Up here. Struct pcap packet header. Timestamp value, cap length. No, there's more to a header than that. There's more to a TCP header. TCP packet structure. TCP packet structure. Oh, typo. There we go. TCP structure. So in my post here, I did do one part where I showed how you can pull the payload. Yeah, finding the payload, determining the packet type. Packet types can be determined by inspecting the Ethernet header and comparing the ether type values known against value against the known constants for IP and ARP and reverse ARP. So we can look at the header. Yes, we do some casting, and then we look at it and we check the ether type. We check what type it is. And we don't want an ARP or reverse ARP. We want a regular IP packet, so we'll check that. Well, we want... You know what I'm wondering now is... Okay, so if we shoot off a lot of SYN scans on different ports, let's say we shoot off 10 different ports, or we just shoot all 65,000, right? We shoot all 60,000 ports of SYN, and then we're listening back for the SYN ACK. How do we know which SYN the SYN ACK goes with? How do we track that? Is it the TCP session? Okay, let's go to the if we look at the diagram of the packet, it'll help. Where's the packet diagram? Packet diagram? No? Okay. TCP packet structure. Okay, so there's the source port, destination port, sequence number, acknowledgement number. Is that what we need? Can we set the acknowledgement number and match that back? Let's see, matching SYN ACK to SYN. I don't expect much help with a query like that. I feel like we're getting really close. I need to work out one more detail in the filters, and then I need to send the packet. We need to send a send SYN packet function that will send it to the host on the port with the packet. Well, I guess we'll create the packet inside the function. So we'll have a void send SYN packet to the host and the port. And here we can just, for some debug, we'll say sending SYN packet to host :port. New line. Host port. Okay. Oh wait, I don't want the SYN. I want to send SYN packet outside of this. That's going to get threaded, and this is going to be called kick off SYN ACK listener with the host port interface. I don't know, whatever we need to pass it, we'll pass it. That's what we'll call it. This will be a void this, that, okay? Okay, so what I really want to do here is I need to send a packet, and I need to create the packet first. So I'm gonna have to like pack all the values. Let's see. We're gonna have to create a whole packet from scratch, I think. So let's see. C libpcap create packet. Maybe there is a helper function, because I don't think I have anything like that on mine. Yeah, so I've got a thing about sending packets, but it doesn't tell you how to make a packet. It tells you how to send bytes, and you can send raw bytes, which is cool if you want to make your own protocol or something. But if I just want to create like a default TCP packet and fill in a few parts, is there a helper function for that? Let's see, TCP packet struct C. No, I think I am gonna have to. I'm gonna have to create a packet from scratch, but I need to figure out how to pack pack values to binary. And so what you can do. No, I don't want the Python version. I want pack values to binary. Well, I mean, by definition, I guess that's what a struct is, right? So it would be like, and they have a packet struct, right? Well, they've got the packet header, but it's a real generic one. It's just like a packet, not a specific layer. So I want struct custom packet. C. Okay, let's see if I can do. Oh, Firefox is freezing up. Are you back, Firefox? All right. C create packet. Let's see how other people are doing it. Yeah, so they just create the structs. Oh, I guess if you want to be real specific, you say uint 16 or whatever, so you can control exactly how many bits there are. So yeah, there's inet. Is there a header in inet? No, it looks like they're still suggesting just building one from scratch. Okay, so he's or whoever it is must be rebuilding the whole TCP packet header here, and then this is the data in whatever structure. So you've got you got to build all the layers, right? You got to build well, it's an IP packet, so you don't have to do the Ethernet layer, but you got to do the IP and the TCP and the application layer. I guess you can send an empty payload. So let's look. Yeah, so it's like, okay, we need 16. We need 16 bits for the source port, 16 bits for the destination. We need 32 bits for the sequence numbers and the acknowledgement number. So TCP acknowledgement number, that's the one I think. I think maybe, yeah, TCP acknowledgement number is based on understanding TCP sequence and acknowledgement numbers. If you're reading this, odds are that you're already familiar with TCP's infamous three-way handshake, the SYN, SYN, ACK, ACK. Unfortunately, that's where TCP education ends for many networkers. Despite its age, TCP is a relatively complex protocol and well worth knowing intimately. This article aims to help you become more comfortable examining TCP sequence and acknowledgement numbers in the Wireshark Packet Analyzer. Before we start, be sure to open the example. No, skip. All I want to know is, can I arbitrarily set the acknowledgement number? Oh. For each sequence, it starts with 0. So it would always be sequence number 1 if it was the SYN-ACK back. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go back up. Yeah, okay, that's about the flags. Cool. Well, let's see. Okay, so first he's got the SYN. And if the SYN is set to on, yeah, okay, sequence number is 0. And the acknowledgement, not set, acknowledgement number doesn't seem to show up. Okay, so then now do the same for packet 2. Notice it has 2 flags, ACK and SYN. So it's a SYN ACK, that's how we get to 18, because those binary bits are set. And then we say, okay, sequence number, no, it still says sequence number 1, but it says acknowledgement number 1. Relative ACK number, acknowledgement number 1. That's what I need. Acknowledgement number 1, sequence number 0. Okay. Can I set that in my filter? Can I set to do and sequence 0 and ACK number 1? Is that right? Is that accurate? Is that what it's always going to be like? And destination port, yeah, it's going to be something... Destination port's going to be something wild because when it goes out, it doesn't matter. It's going to pick a random one to go out on. So yeah, source port, blah blah blah. Okay, but destination port on its way back is the same. So the destination port and dest port will equal original source port, whatever it is. Okay, so I think I can filter even further with that. So we'll say it's a SYN-ACK and it comes from that host and the ports match. Because we need all that to match, to map the correct SYN with the correct SYN-ACK. Packet number 3, and that, okay, so the SYN and the ACK has acknowledgement number 1. And the ACK back just says stream sequence 0 with no acknowledgement number. The display of relative sequence numbers. Oh, maybe that's a Wireshark thing. Maybe that's Wireshark setting them to 0 to be relative. By unchecking relative sequence numbers. However, be aware that the remainder... Yeah. Interesting. So maybe I just need to make sure that the numbers match, just that the sequence number and the ACK number match. Packet number 1 on each side, a TCP partition starts out with relative sequence 0. Yeah, okay. Well, that helps a little bit, but what do I set when I create the sequence number? I guess I can do a normal one. Oh, look, TCP header. There we go. As per RFC 793. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted for the struct. TCP. Well, yeah, we'll go with underscores. TCP header. Okay, so yeah, source port, destination port. Interesting. I guess that'll be 32. uint 32 for both of those. Oh, why can't it find those? Unknown type. Import type uint 32. Yeah, we'll do standard int. Okay. And for this, I'm going to do the same thing. Those are 16, so I'm going to do that. Okay. All right, let's see how we're doing on time. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, and it is like 2:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna have to call it. I'm gonna have to call it a night. I'm getting a little too tired to try and finish this. It's a shame that I have to leave it at this state. But let's talk about what I would do or what I plan on doing. So we got really close. We basically got the listener here. In this block, we set up the listener who's going to listen for the packets and look specifically for the SYNAC coming from the host that we are listening for. I think we need to do one step here and figure out if we need to set a filter to include the sequence and ACK number, and as well to set the destination port to check that it matches the originating source port. And then all that needs to go into in a thread. Inside that thread, once it captures the packet, it should update the variable, update like a mutual pointer, and then this function here will send the SYN packet, which will get created using this struct. We'll just say create a new struct, and then set the flags. You know, set sequence to 0, sequence to 1, and you know, now that I think about it, it's really not going to be maybe that much work. But okay, so let me kind of pseudocode out a little bit more. So here we're going to say outbound packet. I guess we just call it out packet. Out packet is going to be a new one of those TCP header structs. So we're going to have a TCP header struct called out packet. Cool. Wait, why is that not? Oh, do I need to specify it's a struct? Yeah. Okay, so then we want to set out packet dot, you know, ACK equals 0. Oh, why isn't it like that? This value is never used. Oh. Okay, yeah. So then we would do pcap send packet on the handle. And then we would send it the out packet address. I guess we could do a pointer. Well, no, we could just do this. It's a normal struct, so we'll do the address. And I guess we can give it the handle. And so that's going to be a pcap. No, what type is that? Pcap T. Okay, so it's a pcap T pointer. The handle. Set all the flags on the TCP packet. We'll say pcap send packet handle to the out packet. What else does send packet want? The int. Oh, it's the length. It's the length, so it's going to be the. Is it strlen? How did I do it? I have a. Where is it? So, writing packets. Where is it? Sending packets. Size of the raw bytes. That's what it is. So we'll do size of to get the size of the struct. Size of out packet. Now, incompatible pointer types. passing TCP header pointer as const U character. Oh, do I have to cast it? Can I do that? Can I just say like const U in 32T? Was that what it was? No, that looks wacky. It's not. It doesn't want the actual thing, yeah. It's not happy with the type. And raw bytes. So convert struct to, what does it want? A uchar pointer. So yeah, it just wants a raw uchar pointer. I guess that's it. Yeah, can you cast struct pointer to char pointer? Is that all I need to do? Is just cast it? So we'll say U in 32. Pointer? No. Hold on. Incompatible integer to pointer. Const. Oh, is it ucar? U underscore car pointer. Ucar pointer? Okay. It just wants a raw pointer, and I'm okay with that. So the out packet, what we also got. Shoot, I don't like the names on these. We got an ACK, sequence number, a D port, a source port. I'm gonna call it source port and des port. These are unused. Okay. Flags. I guess I need to set the SYN flag. So I want 0 ended with 2. Or I guess I could just say 2. I mean, 0 ended with 2 is going to be 2, right? So where am I? So ACK is 0. We'll say sequence is 0. And flags equals 2. SYN only set. So then we should be able to send that packet out over the wire. And I don't think there's any other. Well, I guess we have to set. Do we have to set the length of the body? What, there's, yeah, window, sum, and urgent pointer. Those can all be default, I guess. Well, no, I guess you do have to set the checksum. Well, okay. Set other properties like checksum. Okay, I'm gonna mark that as a to-do. To-do set other properties like checksum, but then once it gets sent, that should be good. And then to-do, do this capturing in a separate thread. Yeah, that's a to-do for sure. And then to-do here is update manual, update the mutual object when it's done. What does it want here? Oh, the handle. Okay, so I am gonna have to open this handle outside so that it's available to both parts, and I'll have to just pass it in. Okay. And then after we send it, we're gonna have to basically do a loop. and say while the mutual object is not updated with a response and timeout not reached, then keep checking the mutual object. Or maybe you can do like a wait for lock. So up here you can say to do lock and update. So that way you can lock the variable and just hang on to it, and then when you're done, unlock it. Maybe that's a way to do it. Okay, so this is to do. So I think that's how I would finish it up and try it out. I wanted to do it without just like pulling open the source code to Nmap and seeing how they do it. I probably will now that I've come up with my own way that I think it should be done. I probably will go open up Nmap later and see how they do it and see if they use a similar method or if they do something completely different and I realize that this is a terrible idea. But to sum up the idea there is we're going to set up a listener to listen for the synac, the very specific synac we expect, and then let that thread listen in the background right before we send off the syn packet doing this. So what I'm actually going to do is run it and try it out. I don't anticipate it to work very well, but it should. Hopefully, what I really want to test out is see if it gets to the syn packet part. So let's go to the window, the terminal, and let's just try and run it and see what happens. Let's see if it even compiles. Wow. Okay. So let's try a curl on Dev Dungeon and see if that triggers it. So let's start it up again. Hit enter. No, that doesn't seem to trigger it. So yeah, right now it's waiting for a synac from this host. Oh, I know what it was. I need to curl --IPv4. So with --IPv4, I force IPv4 because otherwise it's doing IPv6 and it's not triggering that host. So that should do it. There it is. Now it found it. And it's supposed to send the syn packets, so... Well, I guess I didn't specify the host in here. So that's the TCP header. It's supposed to have source port, destination port, but that's just the TCP header. So I also need like the IP header, right? So I'm gonna need the IP header, which has like source IP, dest IP, version, C IP header. Yeah, so this person had the right idea. The length, the ID, all these things. So is there... Yeah, why not use IP header structure? What is this? This is part of include IP.h. Let's try that. Include IP.h. Not found. Not found. Is that a C++ thing? Do I need to link it? IP.H, an implementation of the TCP/IP protocol for the Linux operating system. Interesting. Maybe if I do the quotes. No. Okay, it's probably stored somewhere else. Let's go back. Let's look at their structs. Struct IP header. There it is. And I guess those are all the fields. IP header. Boom. Okay, so there's the IP header structure, and then you basically just stack them. You've got the IP header, and then the TCP header follows right below it, and then your payload follows right after that if you have it. So let's see, in the... Yeah, I actually don't need that function anymore at all. Okay, so we've got SYN_SCAN, and down here when we say send SYN packet, to do combine the IP header plus TCP header. Okay, so that's... I'm curious if it's actually sending... Well, I know it worked. It didn't like throw an exception or whatever, panic, segfault or anything when it's sent. So it seemed to have gone through the send packet just fine. Granted, it may not have been an accurate packet. It did shoot out the bytes on the wire. So it's a matter of getting these right. So what I want to do is send the SYN packet after we craft it, and this listener will listen back for the SYN_ACK. And then I guess if it does, we'll want to send back the fin or the reset. So maybe at that point, like, we can say if it did receive the SYN_ACK, then send reset. I believe that's the proper workflow for the SYN. So I'm gonna stop there. So just to recap, we spent a lot of time on the C1 at the end, but we did a bit. So back to the Visual Studio code, we did a Python version, and basically it does a multi-threaded port scan, and you can set the max threads at the top and set the timeout here, and it'll output all the results to a CSV. So this one's called port scan to CSV, and that one's done in Python. We have one in Java that we did. It's just a single file. So it's real easy to compile and run. You don't have to use any build tools, and it's just a simple command line one that prints out some usage too. We did a Go version where we just basically do a TCP connect scan, do the same kind of thing, check all the ports on a host. And so with the C version, we were trying to take it a little bit further, because it's easy enough, as we demonstrated with the other examples, to just do the TCP connect, to do the full-on connect. That's like the normal operating system level connect that you get. But if you want to do the stealth scan, the SYN only scan that only does the SYN part of the handshake without ever sending the ACK, you can't just do that with the normal connect. So you have to use the pcap library to send raw bytes. And so you're crafting a packet from scratch, sending it out with the SYN flag, and then you're also using the pcap to listen to the raw packets on the network device and listen and see if you get that SYN_ACK back. So you have to do a lot of work yourself, and we put in a lot of the legwork there, and I think we got really, really close. So we were able to set up the listener with the filter to listen for the SYN_ACKs from the host, but I think we need to refine it a little more, just to add probably the sequence number and the acknowledgement number and the source and destination port to kind of match them with the original request. Then yeah, we've got the send SYN packet. So the other part that needs to get fixed up is sending the packet, and it's sending the packet, but we need to fix up the header objects, and we also need to add the IP header and tack it on with the TCP header. So that's where I'm going to end it for tonight. I really appreciate everybody who came out to hang out, and if anybody's got any questions, now would be a good time to shoot them into the chat before I take off. And I'll be streaming again tomorrow, probably on a different topic though. I don't think I'm going to finish this one up, but I'd like to finish this one up. I might do it the day after that. So I hope this was valuable. I hope this was useful. And again, if you guys have any questions or suggestions on topic, let me know. And if you haven't already joined the Discord, go to devdungeon.com and check out this Join Me on Discord button. If you click on that link, you can join Discord, and while you're here, you can buy a copy of my book called Security with Go. Otherwise, go check out devdungeon.com, check out all the cool blog posts, and the YouTube channel, and subscribe and all that good stuff. So thanks, everybody. Have a great night.